Live streaming is on.
Is it on Unloaded Media or Rich White?
It's on the Unloaded Media channel.
That's where I'm
That's what
at.
I was looking on.
Yeah, it just went live. It says we are live over there on the YouTube.
Oh, I got a notification.
Yep. So I said, watch it. It'll show up when we go live. YouTube keeps changing how things work. Anyway, hello. Happy Thanksgiving. Welcome to This Week Unloaded. Late show from last Sunday because my wife's a dumbass, but she left the room or I won't be able to get away with that one. But anyway, we're doing the makeup show and we're gonna do a Thanksgiving thingy. So far we have Mystic Guns with us. How are you tonight?
Not too bad. Pretty stuffed at the moment.
All right. And next we have Rob D, otherwise known as the New York Outcast. How are you tonight?
I survived. Just finished with an all-out assault on a turkey and all types of extras. And I made it. So I'm with you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And finally, to this point, we have Jason Stewart. How are you tonight?
I'm feeling pretty stuffed, Rich. How are you feeling?
I could actually go eat more, but I just don't want to.
I'm a skinny guy with a big fat belly. I probably look like Roger from American Dad.
I second that.
No. We've seen Jason in person. He's nowhere near as good looking as Roger.
Thanks, Rich. I resemble that.
You walked into that. Come on. You knew it was, as soon as you said you probably look like Roger from American Dad, you knew darn well somebody was going to make a joke about it.
Is Roger the alien dude?
Yes.
Yeah, little alien with the little belly hanging out.
Yeah. I haven't watched that show in a long time, but that's who I thought it was.
Yeah. Out there in the YouTube chat, I don't know if he counts as he's hijacking Stacy's invite is the Gun Schnob, and then Southpaw. Say American Dad, now I'm thinking South Park. Southpaw RX, and the aforementioned Mystic Guns. So that's who we got there so far in the YouTube chats. So, what did you all? Oh, no, Pancakes is up there. I don't know if I sent him a link or not. Should I send him a link?
Yes.
Sure.
Don't be stingy, Rich. It's Thanksgiving.
All right, I'll forward him the link in a second. He never comes on when I do send him links. So
What was the best part of your dinner tonight, ladies and gentlemen?
The food.
Well, what item? What just came out superb?
The turkey.
It's a good one.
Yeah,
or Jason.
We had a good turkey, man. It came out really nice. It's good ham. Best part of my day is I went to my brother's house and sister-in-law, and they had all their family there. A bunch of the little ones running around, a couple little young babies, so cute and learning to talk, and it was just good to be with. It was good to be with family.
Oh, that's cool. So, what about the food, man? What was the best food item?
Oh, I don't know. I hit up the turkey, the ham. We had scallop corn. We had some mashed potatoes, a bunch of stuff. I didn't really take a whole lot. People had all the other stuff that I don't like, but it was all pretty good, man. I had seconds and didn't have any room for dessert. So.
What about you, Rich? What was your favorite part of dinner?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Is your wife watching you?
No. She went upstairs.
You just want to say the whole thing was good to be safe?
Well, it pretty much was. I mean, there was no one standout. I mean, everything was pretty decent, so.
Well, I was surprised by the stuffing this year, and it was very, very good. Not that everything wasn't good, but I, normally don't find myself going back for extra stuffing, which I did this time.
Yeah. The case with my wife, when she takes her time and actually puts her mind to doing it, she can cook. And since she had off yesterday because of the having to wait to see what her COVID test results are for having a stomach virus because stupidness. So she had time to actually, plan out what she was doing and take her time with it. So everything turned out pretty good.
I get it. So you had her quarantined to the kitchen.
Yeah, she was quarantined to the kitchen. Well, that's a good way of putting it.
I just tell my old lady to get her buns back in the kitchen.
So you wish.
Yeah, she did all her dessert baking yesterday, and today she just concentrated on dinner.
That's cool. Yeah, I used to do the Thanksgiving dinners. And yeah, I think I did well, but the lady wanted to kind of kick in, and then she started doing her family things and, trying to get involved. So I just was more than happy to stand back. So now I pretend like I can't cook. And every once in a while, something magical shows up and nobody's around.
That's what I do.
I just don't like cooking. I don't like to. I do not enjoy cooking.
Yeah, I like lots of flavor, like chunks of vegetables, and I like lots of flavor. And unfortunately, the lady's kind of bland in that sense, so it kind of discourages cooking for me anyway.
When the kids were younger, my wife was not allowed to grill steaks. They would throw a fit if my wife was the one grilling them. I had to. Until she could prove that she was taught properly. This is the kids' words, not mine. She was not allowed to grill the steaks.
Well, hold on here, Matt. Now, Rob, every week you get a dinner plate brought to you while you're in the middle of a chat. You turn your camera on and you show us this plate that's just, it's a lot better than the meals that's getting served around here, and he's like, hey, look at that. And then he turns around and says, yeah, it's not very tasty and stuff. Well, that's a pretty big plate for something not being very tasty.
I didn't say it wasn't tasty. She does a great job now. She does a great job. I'm more than thankful on any day. So
just because it's not tasty there, Jason, doesn't mean it won't fill his belly.
It's very good. Very good.
It's not bad enough not to eat, I guess.
It's still edible.
I'm counting on you. I'm telling your girl.
Oh, that's messed up. She know you're lying. She knows I love the food.
I forget what
you just said. It was bland.
No, she likes her food bland. Like, like I can't make spaghetti the way I'd make it with a meat sauce you could plaster a wall with, because she doesn't like the diced vegetables and all that stuff. She likes it's got to be like a puree where you can you don't even know what's in there at the time.
One of my kids gave my wife the compliment one time on something she made. Well, it's edible. That went over real well. One thing you don't want to do when somebody asks you how it tastes is say, well, it's edible. I think that was my son that said that, if I remember right.
Well, it didn't help, I think, the night before she had burned it. And so the next night she managed to make dinner and didn't burn it, so I think that's what prompted it. I'm
the baker, at least in the house, where I didn't get out of that. I'm forced to bake usually. So,
Yeah.
But thankfully, it's not. Baking's not too bad. So,
Yeah.
Bacon. Oh, you meant baking. Oh, okay.
Yeah, baking. Yeah, I like bacon too, though. That's definitely a good thing.
Yeah, the only thing that she baked today was the rolls. Because you got to have hot rolls with dinner, right? You don't want rolls cooked
Yeah,
the day
yeah.
before.
The heck with that other crap. Like if you don't smell them heating up, then they're not good rolls.
Well, with everything else cooking, you couldn't make out the smell of the rolls anyway. It was all
I
blending
could smell
together.
them. I smelled them tonight, and damn, it was love at first smell.
Oh, no, you smelt the turkey, you smelt the yams, you smelt the mac and cheese. So I mean, it was all.
Yep.
The
It was
smells
a
were all.
symphony of love going on in my nose. Oh, don't get me going. I'm still stuffed.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
Vanessa wants to know, what do you bake?
Usually cookies, cakes, cupcakes, like anything for schools or birthdays, things like that. So all different types of stuff.
Does Rob bake, Rob?
Lines, so
Pot dabs.
We bake some stuff.
no.
Yeah, all I got's a hot plate, man. So it's not a whole lot I can cook.
Did your crackhead neighbor steal your stove or what?
No, man, you can't use a stove. If you use a stove, it'll get dirty. You can't do that, man.
God, you sound
Microwave
like
your meal, eat it over the sink, throw your paper plate away, and you don't have a messy kitchen.
They might have broke in and stole the stove or something.
I'm surprised you're still alive, Jason. You can't even like that.
That sounds like my grandmother, though. My brother and I, when we were little, we went to throw something in the garbage can. I forget what it was. Some food that we didn't like or something. She's like, "We don't throw garbage in the garbage can." Like, wait, what? To little kids, we're trying to figure out what the hell she's talking about. She had a garbage disposal. So she's like, "We don't throw garbage in the garbage can." Like, well, where the hell do you put it? Well,
Nice.
I didn't use that language, but basically the response we gave her, like, well, where do we put it?
I don't have to worry about it. I have dogs. They eat just about everything.
So was there anything that wasn't good for dinner?
Well, I don't like yams, so I'm not a yam person.
They put like the brown sugar and marshmallows on them, and you still don't like it?
Yeah, that's what she does. She makes the candied yams, and
Something's wrong with you, man.
I've never liked them.
They're not yams. A real one is a sweet potato.
Same damn thing.
No, it's not. Yams is some Yankee way of saying it.
The same damn thing.
I played a little baseball with my nephew, and he hit the ball up on the roof, and the ball went down, and now somewhere in the gutter. Gonna clog up my brother's gutter.
Well, that's always good.
I missed that when I was a kid. We used to go to my grandparents' house, and all of us cousins and stuff, and my uncle and all them used to go to over to the school baseball field, and we go over there, and we had enough people to sit there and play baseball. Miss them days.
No, we used to go out front and play street football.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We always played football, and I was one of the youngest cousins, so I always got, hurt somehow.
Well, both of my cousins, my cousin James, my cousin Steven, they all played school baseball. So that's what we always end up doing, is going and playing baseball. They were all in high school teams and stuff.
The good old days, back when families were families, right?
Yeah. Back when I lived in California, my grandparents were alive. Now we're all scattered.
Another thing we did was watch Godzilla movies all day. WWOR would show Godzilla movies all day Thanksgiving.
I watched, caught up on the 4 episodes this season of The Mandalorian.
Kids.
Show's been hijacked.
We've been hijacked by a gang of kids.
I knew that was bad.
Read it. Hey! Need to be quiet.
I muted Pat until he gets control of those outlaw kids.
They need more turkey. Get that tryptophan going or whatever they call it.
Get them some Benadryl, man.
That's why I'm glad mine are teenagers. They're off on doing their own thing.
Oh, hell, teenagers can be worse.
These ones are being pretty good there. Most times I don't even know they're here.
Until they get in a fight.
Yeah.
You get them boxing gloves and stuff.
I want to sometimes.
Send them out in the field and say, I'm tired of this shit. Get out there and handle it.
Stun gloves.
I usually just let them argue and fight and figure out which one I have to take to the hospital later.
Shoes on it.
That's funny.
Started meltdown. Tied them. That started another meltdown. Just.
How you guys doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Not too
Oh,
bad.
not too bad. Actually, at a different location. I'm at my brother's house.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, Pat.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to everybody in the panel tonight. Hope everybody is either had a good one or is still having a good one. I know I'm about ready to go into a coma.
Yeah.
Obviously, the children are not.
No. They are rammy as ever.
I think I need my stomach pumped before my skin starts splitting open.
I went and pumped my stomach earlier.
What was your favorite part of dinner, Pat?
Well, we didn't go out, so we kind of did a untraditional Thanksgiving. I fried up a bunch of fried chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy, and had a plate of mashed potatoes and gravy and 4 pieces of chicken. So I have not ate since noon because I'm still not hungry.
Fried chicken for Thanksgiving?
Yep.
Rob's like, I'm in.
Nice.
Damn.
So, we just kind of did our own thing because one of the kids was still kind of sick. And at the regular Thanksgiving we usually go to, there's a lot of older folks, so I didn't want to be dragging that in there and everything. So we just kind of stayed at home, did our own thing, and wound up coming over to my brother's here just a little bit ago and thought I'd pop in and say hello and see how everybody's Thanksgiving's going. Oh, and if you want confirmation that I am actually a twin, we can turn on the camera.
Can they still hear us? Or did we lose them?
Who, what? What, where, why, when?
What kind of pies do everybody have?
Apple and pumpkin. Deep dish apple, but
Not talking.
Got a pumpkin. Thanks for mentioning that, Rob. Now I think I might have to go get a piece of it.
There you go.
Oh, you said you
Put
couldn't eat
Cool
it.
Whip on there.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to have the Cool Whip.
He says he can't eat anymore, but then as soon as you mention the pie, he's like, "Oh,
Oh, yeah, well, we can always,
That's included in the math of being stuffed.
no, it's pie. It's not Jello. There's always room for Jello, not pumpkin pie. Come on."
Well, if I sit here just a few more minutes, I'm sure I'll have room for a piece of pie.
Yeah, stand up, stretch out a little bit. You'll be good in 5 minutes.
Always talk there.
Yeah,
I
I just
am.
got- Go ahead, Jason.
Oh, I was just gonna say I am enjoying a nice cup of hot chocolate and a Marlboro cigarette.
Yeah, but is there anything in said hot chocolate?
Nope, just plain old hot chocolate.
Yeah, my favorite is put a little bit of peppermint schnapps in there.
I don't think I have any alcohol in the house at this particular time.
I do.
I do too.
Wouldn't be prudent, not at this juncture.
Right?
Yeah. Then I go that twice on the last day.
I don't know why I just got in the mood to do a George W. Bush impression because, well, Dana Carvey doing a George H.W. Bush impression, really.
Man, you two look alike.
Yes,
I wonder why.
this is confirmation to the world that I do have an identical twin up there.
Good Lord, it's the white version of the conservative twins.
Oh, man.
Yeah, smack your hand down on the table. Yeah,
We got a good show for you today.
Damn good show.
damn good.
You do.
Damn!
Like, you guys look really alike. How many times have you guys have switched places?
More than a couple.
I like to hear them stories.
Have you
Yeah.
guys ever messed with a girl? Not in any bad way, but like, you know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man. Man, I need to hear that.
Oh yeah. I remember one time back when me and my brother used to race, his girlfriend called him on his cell phone and I was in the pickup. So I picked it up and I just carried on a conversation with her for like 15 minutes. And I was like, oh yeah, by the way, this is Joe. She just hung up the phone. She was so mad.
Nice.
So yeah, and the teachers hated us.
Yeah.
And it's not that we pulled like pranks on them a lot, but they were so mad because they could not tell us apart. And the ones that really liked us kind of got to know us, but the ones that didn't care for us, they were just like, Hirsch, that one.
Nice.
So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
So
My
either
mom-
of you gotten screamed at by a ex-girlfriend, you know, for the other one? Like they thought you were the other one and came up and freaked out on you in public?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
gotta be hilarious.
I remember when me and my brother were
For
both
you,
going to
but
Yeah. When me and my brother were both going to college, I don't know how many times I'd be like walking through a Walmart or something like that. And someone would just come up and just randomly start talking to me. And I'm like, I have no idea who the frick this person is.
Yeah,
But I just,
vice versa.
it's like, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. Have a good one. Yeah. Bye. I talked to my brother like a couple hours later. Do you know this person? I was like,
He's in my class.
so everybody you guys know think you both have a split personality disorder or something, right?
yeah,
They-
possibly.
Every time you talk to him, he seems like a different guy. I can't get it.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. This guy was just fine 15 minutes ago, and now he's all pissed off at the world.
Yeah. It's fun.
It is. I can still remember one time we were at a racetrack, and I can't remember, was it Red Cloud, I think? And I think it was my girlfriend at the time, walked up behind my brother and threw her arms around, and my brother turned around, looked at her, and goes, "Oh, hi, how are you doing?" And she goes, "Oh, you son of a bitch."
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Nice.
So did you ever send one of the others, send the other one in and take a test for you or something?
No, we never went that far, but
Okay.
we've
Not
had a
that you'll
lot of-
publicly admit to, right?
Yes, right. Exactly, Rob.
Mm, yes.
Yeah.
So he's
The wives are in the background.
but yeah, it's unique, and I'm the older one on paper by 1 minute.
So he better respect that, huh?
Yeah. I respect
Can
you.
you still kick his ass?
This much.
Well,
of course. I outweigh him by almost 15 pounds. 20 now. No, probably not now. I'm 175 now. I'm 160. Oh, 5. Well, I got you by 15.
Okay, so if you guys dressed absolutely identical down to everything and stood there, would your wives know which one was which?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. They've just been around just long enough that they know. Yeah. So we
one of your wives make you get a tattoo to identify which one's one, or what? Oh, okay. Yeah. See, they weren't screwing around.
I can't get my arm. Hello, my name is Joe. Yeah. I got my daughters tattooed on my arms. So, like our local hometown, whenever we go into the gas station or whatever, they're always looking to see who has the arm tattoos, and then they know who we are. So it's kind of a giveaway. But this time of year, we wear the hoodies and everything, so everybody's just like, "Oh yeah, hi, how are you?" So you have no idea which one I am, do you?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, we're pretty dang close. So
My mom's a twin, but they're not identical.
we've actually got on my mom's side, we actually have another set of identical twin girls, and they're pretty close too. So it's so it must run on her side of the family, I guess.
Are any of your children twins?
No. Nope.
Okay.
No, but they are all blonde though. The little ones are all blonde, so which is kind of weird. So
is your mailman blonde?
What's that?
Is your mailman blonde?
No.
I'm just
She's a
checking.
girl.
Wow.
That'd be a little hard to pull off. Yeah.
Well, you never know.
Well, nowadays, you never know.
It is 2020. Yeah. Anything could happen. You always got to take a second look. Yeah.
2020
Might just be a disguise.
Yep. Yeah. What's under the hood? Yeah, exactly.
If they're from Brazil, you really have to look.
Yeah. Yeah.
The things you learn when you have to do a report in psychology class on how porn affects modern civilization. Yeah, I know things about pornography that I don't want to know.
I can see where this chat's going.
It's all part of life,
We're not
Rich.
going any farther down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. Let's pump the brakes on. Yeah.
All we need is a moo and it'd be another Christmas Eve show.
Hey, we've been there before on this show, so
Yeah. Where's Live to Moo?
two live moo.
Yeah.
And I don't think Ghost is going to show up because he noticed Pat's in here.
No. Yeah, I can run out of I can run just about everybody out of here on just with one story alone. At least him.
I tried. I told him, I said, next time we work cattle, I said, why don't you come over and help? Oh, no. He can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I help on the farm too. I mean, I work the cattle. I'm normally the pusher, so I know a thing or two. Ah!
Pat was telling us the one night
Should
about
I ask what that
emergency surgery on cows with certain anatomical parts of the cow.
Rich, everybody's stomach's full.
Pushing
Buddy.
magnets.
Ghost was out in the chat, and he's like, what the hell did I just walk into? he took off. Then he comes back in like 10 minutes later. Pat is still going on about the emergency surgery. So
Hey, it wasn't just
like,
Pat.
I'm out of here, and I ain't coming back this time.
It wasn't just Pat. I was in the story too.
It was mostly Pat.
Yeah, that's right. You were there that night too, Mystic.
Thanks, Rich. Stomach's full and it's starting to move.
No, there you just.
You'll be ready to eat again in no time.
Well, is it a perfect time for another story then?
I'll go there again. We should
I'll try to
on one story a year along those lines.
Well, I'm hoping this year I can actually get footage of it and I can show you guys. Put it up on my YouTube page.
You're going to lose a lot of subs. You do that.
I don't have very many, so I'm not going to lose much.
See, coming out here and being, with Snob with cattle and stuff, it didn't faze me. I worked on an ambulance, so I saw gory stuff anyways. So
Oh, nice.
I was an EMT when I met him.
But you never went this deep, though, right?
No.
Shoulder deep.
Are you saying it would take an EMT to love Snob?
You son of a bitch.
I'm just asking. I'm trying to just clear the air here.
Who said anything about love?
Oh, was it at least consensual?
Wow.
Not really.
They're in Oklahoma. You never know.
I thought that was Wyoming and sheep.
If it can't be love, good friends
Man.
are just as good.
Hey, there's a George.
This show's going, but I may get off the boat now.
That's a big kitty.
Oh crap! Now there's a gizzard in there.
And George. Don't forget George.
Hey,
Fed
Gary,
that
you're
cat the
muted,
turkey.
man.
What?
I said you're muted. Look like
Sorry
you're listening
about
to-
that. I heard Snob bad mouthing me in there, so I had to pipe up for a little bit. What's going on, everybody?
Oh, not too bad. How's Gizzard Gary tonight?
Full. Ate
I
too
see
much.
it.
What are they doing?
I hear you.
Kingpin's out there in the YouTube chat. He says he's not an EMT, but he loves Snob.
Yeah, well, he's not right in the head when it comes to Snob. He just doesn't know.
Come on now.
Snob is an
Snob is
acquired
very
taste.
lovable.
Then you can have him. I will happily ship him to you.
Hell, he's got the best smile on YouTube, man.
Don't ship him FedEx because the guy won't come and pick him up.
That is a good.
That is a good point. I will hand deliver him to anybody who wants him.
That'd be hilarious. He'd just be stuck on the truck the whole time.
Truck will never come get him.
Hey, I am more than willing to meet Chuck anywhere he wants if he's taking Snob.
F check.
Could you picture a UPS or FedEx guy trying to get Snob onto the back of the truck using a power jack? That would be hilarious. Have him tied down to a pallet.
And saran wrap.
I'm good with that.
Obviously.
Maybe
We can
Tom
put a little
Hanks.
bow on him.
Maybe Tom Hanks will bring your FedEx package in about 10 years.
With a letter attached to the cellophane on the outside. It says, "It's your problem now." Ripping on a guy and he's not even here.
Who, Tom Hanks?
Him too. Yeah.
Why did I send him a link? I don't have his email.
You don't want Tom Hanks in here. You don't.
What about Peter Scolari?
Well, you definitely don't want to travel with him, that's for sure. No. What's the kitty's name, Gizzard?
This is George.
Woo, that's a lot of kitty.
He's only half the size of my daughter's cat.
I was going to say, if you think George is big, he needs to see Rick's cats.
Oh, I know what it is.
Rick, from Rick's Life as I See It, he's got 2 huge Maine Coons.
Ooh, nice.
I had a friend had a 30-pound cat.
Cat.
What's that?
No, you don't. You don't.
I'm just giving her crap.
That's what it
You
was.
know the difference between a Karen and a cat.
I had. I forgot. Oh, the seesaw. I forgot. Oh, yeah.
As long as we don't start getting feedback.
Oh,
Just mute it.
I think we're all just listening to a conversation in the background.
So what was your best part of dinner, Gary?
Dessert. Although it was all pretty darn good, but the pecan pie with whipped cream was pretty good.
Homemade?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No, somebody by the name of Walmart made this.
Oh.
You're seriously talking about a savage? You eat whipped cream on a pecan pie?
Yes.
What kind of person are you? I thought I knew you, Gary.
I'd probably take whipped cream out of pecan pie.
If pecan pie needs whipped cream, you did not make your pecan pie correctly.
Well,
He bought it at Walmart.
yeah.
True.
Yeah. Any average pie is improved by Cool Whip. Trust me.
Yeah.
No, it's
So
got to be.
you go see your daughter?
Nope, my daughter and my son-in-law are down in Arkansas at his folks for Thanksgiving. So I'm here just George and I today.
All right.
Doing the COVID things, social distancing. Except for my cat, he doesn't seem to understand that. So.
I try and social distance from my husband, but he won't go away.
I mean, I don't feel, but I got a cat laying on my foot. Goofy Siamese.
This one's been laying around for about 6 or 7 years now, though.
Every time you say Siamese, I start thinking about that song.
What song?
The Siamese
Lady
song.
and the Tramp.
We are Siamese, if you please.
Yep.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
You never heard that song? I'm gonna play it later.
Dirty knees. Look at these.
I can get behind that song or in front of it.
Wow.
Those cats are evil. Those Siamese cats, they're mean, man. The ones I come across, got a couple customers that have them, and they treat these cats like a child. Like they got their own bedroom and stuff. Like no joke. Calendars made up. I guess the cat's a star or something. The cat runs the house. Let me tell you, this thing's evil. Just evil.
Don't have that problem with this one. He doesn't like to shut up.
This one here, as soon as I get up in my chair to go do anything, come back and the cat's done took my chair.
That's because you warmed it up for him.
I know, right?
Yeah, our cat's like that with laundry. Any of my laundry, if it's clean, I fold it, throw it on the bed before I put it away. If I walk out of the room, come back, the cat's instantly on top of it, just sprawled out. I'm like, God, it's always got to be my clean stuff every time. Like,
Yep, if you got a cat like this, it'll have cat hair all over it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of cat hair. So
Especially on the day
Try to
you're
pick
wearing
it
a
up real
black
quick.
shirt or something like that.
I try to keep my cats hairless.
You're the Siamese.
And there's the joke.
Oh boy.
I made a joke.
It
Even
was
though it
already
wasn't a
on the
joke.
gutter. I didn't make it any worse.
Ow!
See,
Revenge for cats.
Gary's cat looks like a big spoiled baby,
He is.
and Rich's looks like a troublemaker.
Yeah, Rich's is a troublemaker.
No, he's just a motor mouth. He doesn't like to shut up.
Is that the one that was just a kitten like a couple months ago?
That was almost a year ago, Gary. That he was.
Well, you had another litter of kittens after that.
Yeah, those all got new homes.
Oh.
Look,
I was
there's
going to
another
say,
kitty.
you always have kittens around that house.
Because, like we were talking in the pre-chat, my wife keeps forgetting to take the goddamn cat and get her fixed.
Life in the hills of West Virginia.
There's not much else to do for a cat.
Yeah, cats ain't got much else to do, man. That's true.
They can't shoot. They don't have thumbs. Even if they could, there's no ammo. So, guess they're going to have to go do the wild thing, man.
Don't have any guns small enough for a cat to shoot anyway. I don't have any of those little Glocks.
I feel like a good cat could shoot the Altor.
They might even be able to hold on to it.
They can just lay it on the ground and use one paw underneath it to aim it, and then put with the other paw, pull and let go with the trigger.
Well, we all know Snarl can't hang on to it.
So now that your brother's gone, tell us the truth. Who's he working for?
What was that?
So now that your brother's gone, tell us the truth. Who's he working for?
Oh, he works on the family farm.
You get a check from the Chinese?
No.
Any phone calls with the Russians?
No. He works on the farm. He works for the CIA. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Farm.
I got it.
The agency.
Yeah. You know.
Here we go.
big
Oh,
whatnot.
It's coming
It's coming back.
Quiet.
Meanwhile, back on the ranch. I know where I rank now. Right there with Snob.
Oh no, honey, you're a step above Snobs. You can't be as low as him.
Okay, well, I feel a little better then.
Okay.
Not by much, but a little. Guys are really racking on this guy, really. I don't even know who he is, but it's like, I almost kind of don't like him now anyway, too.
It's horrible, isn't it?
I was like, is he subhuman? What's wrong with this guy? Does he have a limp or something? I mean, what's going on?
No, he just has a mean wife. That's all. He's a
Hey.
good guy.
By the way,
Jason, I thought you loved me.
Kingpin says he likes his pecan.
Oh, I do. I like the
extra
mean women.
whipped cream and very light on the pecan.
Yeah, no, I asked him right below that whether he wants mail.
My son can't eat pecan pie. No pecan anything.
Okay, well, for Thanksgiving, pecan or pumpkin?
Pumpkin, man. Pumpkin.
I'm not really a pie person.
You know, there's a joke in there, and I'm not going to touch it.
Yeah, there's a couple jokes in there.
Yeah, what about Snob? I bet Snob likes pie.
You kind of left the door open on that one.
I did. And luckily he was out of the room at the moment. Otherwise, he'd be commenting.
Yeah, we got Buck out there now. I don't think did I send him a link? God, I don't remember.
Happy Thanksgiving, Buck.
Of course, half the people I sent links to don't show up. So
I'm here.
She talks a lot of crap, but from what I heard, she likes eating raw fish off in pie.
alrighty then.
Did you just say raw fish pie?
Wow.
Let's not think too much about that.
Moving along. Moving right along. Oh.
Definitely a reminder for the Christmas Eve show.
No, we're getting more into the Japanese food episode at this point.
Raw fish pie stuffed with traffic cones?
Danger, Will Robinson. Yeah. Not getting enough neoprene in your diet there with the traffic cones?
No. You don't. You really don't want to know. And we have Vanessa.
Guesses, but I'm not going to say them.
Yeah, there's kids back there. Come on, guys.
No, they're in the other room. Okay.
Some people call them traffic cones. Some people call them friends.
I'm over here being cute and innocent and not saying a word. What was that about?
No one's innocent. Sorry. Especially if you're on this panel. Yeah, from what I've heard on this panel, if you're on here, it's, yeah, you throw that out.
Nowhere near as bad as Midnight Range. Come on.
I identify as an innocent.
You know that there was some gal out there that was actually identifying as a deer, and they were going to let her. And I was like, okay, well, on opening weekend, can I shoot you?
Yeah.
Well.
I would think yes.
In some states, it might be a crime if you shoot her with the other type of gun, because then you're getting into a whole other thing.
I would say no.
Hey,
You
went
can't
down
shoot
cold,
somebody
see
in
how
the
it
mental
goes. There it is.
She's female, so you can go and do that during doe season, right?
Yeah, we have 2 seasons here, so
You get equal opportunity, I guess.
the only time you get to mount your food and eat it all at the same time, or what?
No, we're not. Let's just stop, or else we will end up in the Japanese. Some of us here know what the subject matter of the Japanese food episode was, and we're heading in that direction.
What the hell did I just walk back into?
I personally don't know anything about any Japanese food episode.
You fibber, you were there.
There was somebody who looks a lot like me. It wasn't me.
Just block it out, Gary. Just block
Couldn't have
it out.
been me. Couldn't have been me. No.
Well, you're on record on other chats, Gary, admitting that you were there. So
again,
do you have it on
news.
too?
Fake news.
Who's got the video?
Rich does.
It wasn't Gizzard Gary, it was Lizard Larry. My evil identical twin brother.
And in Pat's case, he actually has a twin brother, so that would work.
It was him.
What?
sounds like my guy in the chat.
If I had a twin brother, I'd only work a half a week. I'd only put in 20 hours a week if I had a twin brother.
If I had a twin brother, I'd go rob a bank and blame him.
Funny story. There's actually a pair of identical twins down in Kansas, and this has been years ago. But my old boss used to know them, and they worked at an elevator. And this guy was always getting a buttload of overtime, and he'd only been there like 2-3 weeks, and it was right in the middle of harvest, and even after too. He'd go home, and he had an extra set of clothes that looked exactly like his. He gave his brother an extra set of clothes. He'd say he was going home for dinner, come back that night and work overtime, and then they'd split the pot on it.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Teamwork.
Yep.
If you had a twin brother, I would drug him, get him tattooed to look like a tiger, and then sell him the roll call.
Tiger.
You gotta follow them around whenever they go out for dinner, and then order and leave right before they do, so they always get stuck with the bill.
Dine and dash.
Never thought about that one, Rob. I may have to do that next time.
Fuck you.
That wasn't very nice.
Go down to the local store and be like, I'm good for it, and then throw it on the credit, and then your brother walks in and gets slammed for it.
That could totally work.
Yeah, well, we've done stuff like that to each other before.
Yeah.
It usually ends up in a fight, but, hey. Stove's working really good.
Now, here's the real question. Do any of us think roll call would fall for a person being tattooed as a tiger?
Depends on what time of night it is.
Yeah.
I could have got him a tiger. I told him, send the cash first, and I could have sent him a tiger. It's not a big deal.
Tiger, not cougar, Rock.
Yeah. It's just make sure it's cash.
No, not even cougar. Bigfoot. Rob will send him a Bigfoot that likes Lay's potato chips.
Hey, cougar lives matter, man.
I thought Bigfoot liked jerky.
Not according to Rob's drunk story he was telling us the one night.
Oh, yeah? Did he have an encounter?
Rob's going to stay quiet now.
have a close encounter with Sasquatch?
That they don't know what they're talking about. I seen something. Okay, but these guys want to run with it and eating chips. You know, I don't know.
You're the one that said there was a chip bag in there.
I said I went back to check to see what was up there. But that's a whole nother story. So
And you said you found chip bag.
So Bigfoot likes Blaze?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Found a bag of chips 14 feet high in a tree.
But there was something big out there, man.
I told him he just saw a redneck in a ghillie suit, but he insisted it was Bigfoot. I don't know.
So, did anybody have any big gatherings today then, or?
My 36 kids came over.
Someone's been busy.
No.
We had a house full. We had a pretty big house full. I don't know what our governor's restrictions are, but really don't care.
Amen. Yep. Sit and twirl.
We didn't have anybody. It was just quiet here.
It worked out being small this year for our place. So, there's a couple that are normally would come that are both quarantined right now because they both tested positive. And my mom ended up getting sick for some reason, nothing to do with COVID. And a couple other people, some friends of mine that would normally pop by are going out to the casino and were trying to get me out there, but I'm not a casino person, so nor would I want to go on the holiday. So it makes no sense to me. But so it turned out being fairly small, just immediate close family here.
No TV today, Gizzard?
Nope. Just YouTube.
This is one of my only rare days off of work, man. So I just been relaxing. I've watched quite a bit of TV today.
I've been mostly watching stuff on the internet. The wife had the TV on. She was watching
I was watching Paul Harrell's Thanksgiving special. That was over an hour long.
Yeah, I was going to watch that, but it was just too long. I'll have to catch it later.
Last year's.
It's very similar to last year's. He's doing Dutch oven cooking again. So.
Yeah, last year was what, 3 hours and something?
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Yeah, it's good stuff to know if you're looking into cooking that way. I think he does a fair job with it, honestly. And depending how you look at it, if you're stuck without power, if you do a lot of camping trips, things like that, it's a good skill to have, I think. So I know I've
Might
been on
come in handy to know someday.
Yeah, I've been on the hunt for cast iron, and lady at the flea market tried to rip me off like $120 on a tiny Dutch oven. Like they got bigger ones at Walmart that I don't want because they're like the cheaper ones. You can tell by looking at the cast iron. You can tell like the older quality ones that I'd rather get one of those and even refinish or resurface it. But some of the people want crazy money for this stuff. But I've been collecting. I watched Paul's special last year. Didn't watch it this year, but I might just because it's good stuff, good tips, I guess. So most people don't cook that way anymore, but in some cases, if you're camping, backpacking, all that type of stuff, it's a good thing to do. So it depends on your lifestyle, I guess. It can come in handy.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I actually do quite a bit of cast iron cooking. I've got a Dutch oven and skillets and plates and stuff like that. If you find anything like at like a garage sale or yard sale, whatever, if you find a Griswold, buy it because that's like one of the best. And they're no longer in business anymore, but
that cast iron is just about indestructible, and it has a really nice even heat on it. And Lodge is usually pretty decent on that stuff too.
Stansport's not too bad either. I bought my Dutch oven, this has been years ago, and I got a funny story to do with that. So I have a daughter who's graduated already, and I have another daughter who's going to graduate this year as well. And we went to Menards, actually, and they had Stansport Dutch ovens. And we were going along, and I looked down, and I said, "Oh, there's a Dutch oven on sale." My oldest daughter looks me dead in the eyes and said, "I thought that was something you did when you farted and threw the covers over the other person's head." I literally almost pissed myself right there at Menards. She didn't actually know that a Dutch oven was a real thing, and so I picked it up for like $20. I mean, it was one of the big ones too, so we use it all the time.
All right, we got both Midnight and Kingpin out there wondering if it was Clark W. Griswold.
Yes, actually, it was his great-granddad that actually started the company, and yeah, he had a hell of a time with it too.
And the reason why they closed down is because their cat burnt the house down, knocking over a Christmas tree.
Yes. Thank you. Remember, tip your waitresses.
Dang squirrels, anyway.
Squirrel, cat goes nuts. Trying to get the squirrels nuts, I guess. I don't know.
So have you guys seen the ones they sell at Walmart? Those Dutch ovens? Have you picked one up, looked at it? You notice how the legs are so small? Like, that's why half the reason I just want to stay away from those. Like, it doesn't even look like you're going to be able to, like, I don't know, get anything under it in a sense. And a lot of them, I find the lids, they don't even have a rim on it. So if you were to put coals on it, it's just going to slide right off anyway. Like,
yeah, because there's two different kinds of Dutch ovens. There's a kitchen Dutch oven with no legs underneath of it with the rounded top. And then there's the camp version that, like you were talking about, Rob, that you can actually put the coals and stuff. And I do that a lot too.
Okay.
And but yeah, there's two different versions. If you want,
all right.
If you're going to use it outside, get the one with legs, and you're not going to find one with very long legs on it. I mean, you're talking inch and a half at the most on the legs.
Okay, well that's what I've seen on some of the older ones was about an inch and a half, but it seems like the ones at Walmart are like a half inch at best or something like that. So
yeah.
It just seemed like they were really cheap, and look at the walls of them and stuff. They, I don't know. I'd rather get something better, I guess.
Yeah.
Make a good camp snack when you're like for lunch or whatever. Take some Lipton's cup of soup, throw that in your pot with some water, add some minute rice. Minute instant rice, and throw either a can of tuna or canned chicken in there and let that simmer over the campfire. Get the nice smoky flavor from the campfire in there. That is good stuff.
Huh, I never thought about that. That sounds like a pretty quick meal if you're just out camping. And so
kind of sounds almost like a backpacker's delight or something like that.
Yeah, it makes a good hearty lunch. You could throw a can, if you want a veggie for in there, you can throw a can of corn in it.
Yep. Yeah. One of the things that I really like doing in my Dutch oven is it's called a Mountain Man breakfast, and it's sausage, bacon, hash browns, eggs, cheese. Oh, what else?
Onions and stuff like that.
Onions, bell pepper, stuff, anything you want to throw in on top of that. And you cook all your meat first, and then pull it out of there and cut your bacon up into squares and leave just a little bit of grease in the bottom. Then you throw your hash browns in there and stir them up a couple times, and then throw all your meat and everything back on top of that. Scramble up your eggs, throw that on top, put the lid back on, throw some coals or whatever on the top, let the top cook, and then when it's just about done, throw your cheese and stuff in on top of that. Give it another 5 minutes. Oh God, that's excellent.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Sounds real good.
The nice thing about the one I was saying, it's all dry goods, right? So you don't have to worry about anything spoiling.
Yeah, right. The have you guys ever heard of Backpacker's Delight? Probably not.
I might know what it is, but not by that name.
Are you talking about an afternoon delight there?
No,
Rich?
not at all.
No.
If you're along the same lines of the dried goods, it's a package of ramen, it's Spam, and like instant dried potatoes, like just like a little packet, like Dollar General, Walmart, wherever you want to go. You go ahead and do your ramen in soup form with the 2 cups of water. You do that, and then you cut up. But before that, you cut up your Spam, fry it, get it nice and crispy, or however you want it, and then pull that out. Put your ramen in, and you can do this in a cast iron, whatever. I just do it in a little stainless steel, little bushcrafting deal I got. And after this, it takes like 2 minutes when the water's boiling for the ramen, and you just pour the potato flakes just right into it, and the 2 cups of water is perfect. And then you put the Spam in on top of it, and it's got all the carbs and protein. If you can stand ramen and Spam and potato flakes, but I'll tell you what, it is very filling. And if you're dry goods. It's like I don't think anybody's brave enough to eat that.
I'm not a Spam person. If I were in the Monty Python Spam sketch, I'd be ordering the stuff and then say, "Hold the Spam."
Well, if it was good enough for the guys back in World War II, it's good enough for me, I guess. It's not too bad. The bacon flavored Spam is my favorite. Heart attack in it.
What's that, Rob?
I was saying I never tried the bacon Spam.
Good stuff.
I've just done the original, so it's funny. I had a conversation about Spam earlier today. Apparently, it's still huge in Hawaii. I don't know if everybody knows, but it's like one of their staples. It's in most of the restaurants and served in Hawaii is one of their major dishes. Asia, still real big over there. Apparently, the potted meat market kind of blew up here back with the war there. Spam came out, and then it kind of bloomed overseas. So basically, Hawaii is the #1 seller here, and overseas it does quite well. Although it has the market's much bigger overseas for potted meats than it is in the U.S. And so it takes up a smaller portion, but it sells more than it does here, if that makes any sense. So basically, Spam's been kicking ass for years and years and years. So it's a hell of a product, and still being sold around the world today at great rates, I guess you could state. So
there's lots of people that don't have taste buds.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's all right. I mean, it's not the best thing out there, but shit, I've eaten a lot worse stuff. So I think it's better than a lot of those cheap hot dogs and crap. So I like to slice it thin and like kind of sear it. Oh man, it's good. Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you know why Spam is big in Hawaii and Japan, for that matter?
I have no
because
idea.
it's the same as dog food filler.
No.
Oh, give me a break.
With the Hawaiians, it was taken back by the Japanese who were interned in the internment camps, and in Japan, it was served to the POWs. So between
That's
those
true,
two groups,
but a lot of them liked it, and they still would prefer to eat it after it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's safe
Stockholm syndrome.
You can eat it right out of the can, so I mean, it's safe to eat. I mean, whether it's heated or not. So I mean, there's that factor too.
Yeah, I think if you do that, sear it right, or even cube it and toss it in mac and cheese or something like that, you can get some good meals with that. So
Yeah, spam and eggs. Spam and eggs. That's
Spam
really
maybe it's not for everybody, but you know, it's not bad.
But staying on the spam deal, there was a couple, it was like 2 or 3 years ago in Hawaii that actually had their wedding sponsored by spam. And they actually had the whole wedding covered by spam because it was like their advertisement there. Yikes.
Wow.
Yeah.
We keep talking about spam.
I
We're
like
gonna have
spam,
to
but that's a little strange.
What do you say, Rich?
I said if we keep talking about spam, we're gonna have singing Vikings show up.
Singing Vikings.
Yeah. Spam, wonderful spam. Spam.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Forgot about that. We draw our swords. Spam. No, they didn't eat spam, but you know, it's a great gimmick.
They ate the hearts of their
Enemies.
defeated. But who am I to judge?
Kingpin is now spamming spam. He's literally spamming spam.
So he's a spam fan, huh?
He's a spammer. He's a spam spammer. God, this is quickly turning into a Monty Python skit.
I read from the Book of Armaments.
Do you guys got any spam stocked away?
Nope.
Yes, I do.
I do too.
I mean, it lasts for a long time. It's cheap protein. I mean, yeah, I mean, it may not be for everybody, but I mean,
Yep. And
would you
I'll
rather?
actually eat it.
Yeah. Yep. I'd rather eat, you know, cheap.
Yeah. God made ham, and the United States military and Hormel came up with a way to ruin it.
Oh God. Okay, there's a joke in there somewhere. The government ruins everything. God, this tastes good.
Yeah, stuff's supposed to be cheap, but it ain't cheap no more. Seems like it keeps going up and up. The cost of spam lately. So last year or two. So
Have you ever seen the Monty Python honey spam? It's actually Monty co-thing between Hormel and Monty Python production. This was a few years ago. It was for they did it for the anniversary of Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know the picture of God from Monty Python and Holy Grail when he was talking about sending them to go find the Holy Grail?
Yep.
Yeah, it's got that picture of God on it. And yeah. It's my favorite spam. It comes in a gold can. If you can find it.
Well, which brand of spam is better, Purina or Alpo?
Neither of those, man.
Okay, now here's the real question. If you had to eat canned meat, would it be spam or canned corned beef? Personally, I find them both to be nasty.
Corned beef every day.
Corned beef is good, but what about tuna fish?
No. Specifically, you got to choose spam or canned corned beef, not real corned beef. The canned stuff.
And
I like the canned stuff personally.
it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad.
I'll have to pass on both of them.
Not gonna eat it cold. You gotta heat it up first, though.
Now you talking Hormel?
Yeah,
corned beef hash?
Yeah, we'll go with that one.
There's a big difference. You try some of that knockoff stuff, and you just get a can of grease. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Hormel's pretty good. Stay away from that knockoff stuff. That stuff might kill you.
Yeah. That's the stuff you can substitute as engine oil.
The only corned beef I eat's the brisket or the lunch meat that's actual meat and not coming out of a can. I can't stand canned corned beef or Spam.
Okay, since we're talking canned meats, what about sardines?
Oh God, no.
Ooh. Hey, they can be good, man.
Yes, they can.
They honestly can. You got to get over the mental part of it, but you know.
No, I
it's
don't
good.
like the taste of them. I don't like anchovies either. So
Yay, we're gonna gross out Rich tonight.
No, sardines and crackers. I mean, it's great.
I barely tolerate eating canned tuna.
Why? Because Flipper's in there, or what?
No, I'm just not. A
They killed Flipper.
I don't like salmon. Salmon could be fresh or in a can. I still don't like it either way. So.
Salmon patties?
That's
God,
good
no.
stuff.
I think they can be good. Salmon patties, if done right, they can be pretty dang good.
My mother used to make those and tuna patties, which is basically the same thing but you use tuna instead. No.
Mackerel?
I've never had it in the can. I've had the fresh stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried like patties you're speaking of, like a mackerel patty.
Yeah, or just mackerel, period.
Now, if you get fresh mackerel and fry it, it's not bad. I've never had the canned stuff. I can't speak to the canned.
I can't recall eating it, so.
Can't speak for your can.
Jesus.
Sorry, Rich, there was a joke in there.
Okay.
Now I'm more of a fan of the lighter fishes. Yeah. There's a couple
Smelt.
jokes there too, but cod stuff. Had it.
Smelts are so tiny, little.
It's pretty bland. You taste like whatever you put on it. Throw some lemon pepper on there, whatever.
Yeah.
Fry it up, kind of good stuff. A little bit of butter and lemon pepper, and I'm happy with a lot of those. So,
You ever have smoked trout? Smoked trout is good.
I don't think so. I know I've had trout, but I don't think smoked. So,
Nope.
Tried shark, alligator. I think eel one time. I've had a bunch of different. Tried it. I wouldn't eat it again or go out and pay for that, but I've eaten some of it. So,
Yeah. My uncle
Like octopus, it's about like eating rubber.
My uncle, he would catch big brook trout and then he would smoke them. That was really good.
That sounds pretty good.
I've caught lake trout in Wyoming and Colorado, and just do like tinfoil with some lemon pepper and maybe a little bit of garlic salt on it or whatever. That's pretty good.
Now you're talking about the little lake trout, right? You're not talking the lake trout like in the Great Lakes.
Sheephead.
Yeah, no, I'm talking like Colorado, Wyoming, out of the streams and stuff like that. Maybe the biggest one might be 4 pounds, maybe 5. That's,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Have you ever seen the actual lake trout that come out of the Great Lakes?
No.
Those things are like 3 feet long and
Oh, geez.
40,
Wow.
50 pounds.
yeah, 40, 50 pounds.
Wow. Feed a family.
Yeah, they are huge.
Huh. Do they? Have you ever actually fished for them before, or?
Have I? No, I haven't.
I didn't know if they put up a fight like their little brethren. I mean, I've fished for a lot of different things, and I'll tell you what, trout are in the air more than they are in the water when you're fighting them.
Well, these are deeper fish. They're not surface fish like your typical brook trout or.
Yeah, they're built and shaped much different too.
Yeah,
they're not long and skinny.
And they fight like have you seen where somebody's got a marlin on their hook
or a tuna?
Yeah.
big
They're like that when you're trying to pull them into a boat.
Nice. Gotcha.
If
So
you
they
want, if you want the big ones, you have to be fishing off a boat. If you catch them offshore, they're going to be little. The bigger ones are in the deeper water, and they get to be huge.
Gotcha. Do they taste the same? Does anybody know the comparison?
Yeah, they're good eating fish.
Gotcha. I just didn't know if anybody had, ate like the big ones like you guys are talking about, and then had like the little brook trout. I didn't know if there was any taste comparison if they were,
Well, they eat other fish, so the fish that eat other fish are the fish that taste the best.
Yes.
And you get a fillet off of them about the length of my arm.
Ooh, nice.
Snob.
There's a size joke in there.
Yeah, you get a nice size fillet off one of those things.
Nice.
Yeah, it was on sale for $15 this year.
Okay. Keeping on with the theme, Manwich.
I'm not a sloppy Joe person. I do not like sloppy Joe.
Manwich. Oh, that's some good stuff.
Yeah, the sauce you put in with your sloppy Joe.
Yeah.
On the meat. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's some good stuff. I like that. So can't have it. The family's been manwiched out years ago. It was a cheap meal and it got overdone, but I still love it.
We put
on a link to the Wikipedia page on lake trout. Kingpin does have a link. He could just be in here screen sharing that Wikipedia page, but no, he's got to stay out there in the YouTube chat. He's too good to come in and talk with us tonight.
He's probably afraid I'm going to start talking about cows and stuff again.
Have you tried the spicy and bold or something like that? The newer manwich selection they got out?
No, I haven't tried that. I've just had the original.
Okay, I haven't tried it yet either, but I was just curious, see what anybody's opinion on it if they've tried it.
Has anybody had the Midwest alternate version to Manwich before? It's called Yellow Yum Yums.
No.
Basically the same thing. You brown up a pound of hamburger. You add a can of cream of celery soup into it, and then you just add whatever flavorings you want. Normally, garlic, onion, and then you put mustard in it to flavor. So kind of the same thing.
Cream soup.
Yeah, cream of celery soup. You know
What
that?
are you doing for?
What's that?
Why are you putting that in there?
Because it makes the sauce. It
I don't want no damn white creamy soup in there. It ruins the whole thing for me.
The record for a lake trout was 102 pounds, caught with a net.
Jeez, that's a big fish.
Yeah, 15 to 40 pound fish are not uncommon. Average length is 24 to 36 inches. The largest caught on a rod and reel was 72 pounds, caught in Great Bear Lake in 1995 with a length of 59 inches. So,
Wow.
They are big fish.
Blonde midgets on the loose.
Yeah, had a baby early this morning. Yeah, she's always because sometimes these are spelled. Okay. This is what
I have actual photographs or just movies of them. Oh, there we go. That's a little one.
$20
So what are the kids doing back there?
Oh, they're just running around, just playing, whooping on each other.
They got to be kind. They got to be kind of easy because my son just snapped his collarbone a week ago today, so he's in my arm sling.
Yeah, but in perspective, this is a little one.
Yeah, that's a baby.
Right.
If that were a bass, that would be big. A lake trout, that is small.
Which you could check.
Is Midnight still out there?
Yeah.
Rich?
I don't know.
It was a little bigger.
All right,
Ghost
well,
is here.
I just got to pass it on. My lady used his idea on the stuffing with the cranberries. That's one of the things, I guess, and stuffing turned out great. So just want to thank Midnight there. And the lady says, happy Thanksgiving to you and the family. So if he's out there.
Yeah, I don't know if he's out there or not. If he is, he hasn't said anything in a while. He hasn't said anything since Kingpin started spamming spam. I think Kingpin scared him off with the spam.
Okay, so has anybody ever had that potted meat or the Vienna sausages before?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, not that I would say that there was a pleasant experience.
Yeah, I try to avoid most of that mystery potted meat, but
Well, if it's armor, it's pretty good. It's actually got a pretty good flavor to it. When I was
potted meat.
Yeah, for potted meat. I mean, it's not the best in the world, but that on crackers when you're four-wheeling all day long and don't have a fire or anything, that comes in pretty handy.
yeah, I can see it in a camping situation or something, maybe something like that. Just you crack it open and eat for calories, but I definitely don't think I'd ever try it just being lazy. So I mean, there's a point of too damn lazy, So
Right. Let's see. You have a pound of hamburger, potted meat. It's a no-brainer.
it is for me.
My wife is addicted to Vienna sausages. She loves those damn things. I don't
You
know.
can get them in different sauces
There's some
and everything.
jokes there, but we'll leave those alone.
Yes, we're going to leave that alone.
No, let's do a deep dive into that. What kind of sausage?
Sausages.
Kingpin likes biscuits and mustard.
Biscuits and mustard.
Now, are we talking the
just
American
sick.
biscuit or are we talking British biscuits? Because if we're talking British biscuits, that is an awful strange combination.
Well, American biscuits and mustard is kind of odd too, wouldn't you?
No,
wouldn't
not
you say?
really. No, not really.
I like
It's just a type of bread if you're talking the American biscuit.
Biscuits and butter, biscuits and gravy, mayonnaise. What is that?
What the
I
hell?
like
Biscuits
liquor and
and
whores, bologna and mustard.
But if you talk British biscuits in Britain, that would be a cookie. A cookie with mustard would be awful strange.
Yikes! No, thank you.
Yes, the mustard with the bologna. Yep, definitely.
Yeah, you put mustard and bologna on a
Yeah.
biscuit. I mean,
And a
an
couple
American
potato
biscuit.
chips in there. Good to go.
Yep.
Fry the bologna. Fry it.
Yes.
Yep. And then you put a handful of Lay's potato chips and just squash it all down and mow it down. Are you sure it's Thanksgiving? Because we've been talking an awful lot about food tonight. We're half starved.
It's because midnight's out there. Yeah, Midnight's Run, it turns into a food chat at some point.
I've heard you guys talk about spam and other things, but I ain't heard you talk about food at all.
Hey, we got the fried bologna with the mustard.
Hey, we were talking about fish.
Yeah.
I'll give credit to the bologna and the mustard, but I don't know. I'm not going to count fish either, or tuna, or anything that comes in a can.
My goodness, Jason. My goodness.
I'm spoiled, dude.
You must be. Goddamn.
We were talking about fresh fish. We were talking about lake trout and how big they are and stuff.
Yeah, I'm talking about catching them, killing them. I'm not talking about eating them. You don't know what's in that water, man.
It's all the mercury.
That's all the drainage from the power plants and everything.
That just gives you...
Yeah, just don't go fishing in Flint, Michigan.
Would you eat a fish that only had one eyeball? Or one that had three? Come on.
You really think the supermarket's that much better nowadays?
We're not talking about Chernobyl fish here, Jason.
People eat fish that have the eyes on both sides of the fish's head, so I mean...
It's a special fish.
Actually, man, if you buy a fishing license here, it talks about Lake Erie. Lake Erie is a great walleye lake. It says right in the your pamphlet with your license, for health reasons, they only recommend you consume one meal a year from fish from Lake Erie.
Ew.
But the fish that have the eyes on both sides of the head, they're nothing special. There's two different breeds of fish that have that. And Midnight just named one of them. The other's a close relative to it. See if Midnight knows what the other one is.
Are those the ones that are like on the bottom that look like straight up?
They lay on the bottom.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. I don't know, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, one's the flounder, and the other one's a close. No, not the fluke.
You ever met one you can smell before you see?
Yes. You find those at the bar.
Yep. Had to send somebody home very disappointed one night.
After I say Midnight had one of the fish, Kingpin then puts in a comment saying, I don't read the comments. If I don't read the comments, how do I know that Midnight got one of the fish right?
For a second.
All right, Pat. Now that your brother's gone, tell us the truth. Who's he working for? Feds? FBI?
A secret government thingamajig that has no syllables.
Does he work on the farm too?
He threw you under the bus.
Okay.
Yeah, he threw you under the bus and said that you were working for the CIA.
How do you know he's wrong?
Who said he was wrong?
Yeah, my job is to infiltrate small podcasts like this, just to put away people at random.
Yeah, Midnight says a fluke has two eyes on one side of its head too. I don't know about the fluke. I know some species of halibut do.
Has anybody ever had halibut? Is that any good?
Yeah, halibut's good. Halibut and
heard
flounder are both. Yeah, halibut and flounder are both good. I've never had fluke, so I couldn't tell you if that was any good or not. But they're related. All three of them are related.
Oh God!
They're all related species.
After a few licks, it doesn't stink anymore.
What now?
Damn, Jason.
That was a private side chat for
Yeah,
Rob.
we don't talk about the private side chat, internal chat in the,
Sorry, I was trying to say that to myself. I was chuckling underneath my breath. Sorry.
But that is a good bit of knowledge to know. You get a long way in life knowing that.
Uh-huh.
Whew.
Uh-huh.
Okay, exit out of that.
Yeah, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. It's funny, but you crazy, man. Some stuff just ain't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
No. They like behind you.
I tried to tell my brother that one time. He didn't listen. The next morning when he came home, he ended up outside after he shaved himself, dumping gas or something on his privates. He learned the hard way. I told him.
Yeah,
it only burns when you pee.
By the way, Midnight says halibut is excellent. It's a large flake whitefish.
That's
It
a
has
whole
become pricey.
Yeah, that's
things aren't worth it.
The one fish market in Pittsburgh called Woolies in downtown Pittsburgh in the Strip District, they used to make really big fish sandwiches using halibut, and were they good.
It was just one of those deals where they take the fillet and slab it and then do a quick fry on it.
Yeah, they batter dip it, throw it in the fryer.
Those are good. I like those batter dip fish sandwiches like that, especially when they're really, really fresh, coming straight out of the fryer or whatever, however they're doing it. Those are always really good.
Yeah, Woolies was a big fish market in the Strip District in Pittsburgh. That's where most of the restaurants there, the high-end restaurants, got their seafood from. And you could go there, private person could walk in there and buy whatever they wanted to. And it'd be like walking into a meat store. They would have the big case that had different things, and there would be like lobster and stuff, and you could buy all kinds of seafood there.
Oh, the fishmongers?
Yeah.
And everything up there?
And then they would, whatever they had at their little restaurant thing, you could have it cooked. You could go pick out what you wanted in the store, and they would take it over to the restaurant portion and cook it for you right there.
Nice. Oh, since we're kind of on the seafood deal, is there any crab worth a damn up there, Rob? Up there, actually, in the lakes, in any of the lakes or anything? Or
honestly, I don't know. I'm not a big crab guy, to be honest. I don't know. Something about, I don't know, the taste. I'm just not a fan of crab. Same thing with lobster. Love shrimp, clams, lots of other stuff, but something about, crabs and the lobster, it's just, it's not my thing. Like, to me, you kind of got to pay me to you'd have to pay me to eat that shit. Excuse me, the way I see it, it's not horrible, but it's just not my thing. So I can't tell you locally because I try to avoid it as it is. So
yeah, any of the crab we get here, they're coming from Maryland. So Maryland's got a big crabbing industry. So we get any of this part of where I'm at, because we're so close to Maryland. That's where if you get crab here, that's where it's coming from. And I got to be in the mood for it. I mean, if I'm not in the mood for crab, it'll just sit. I got to specifically go and buy the crab because I know I'm going to want to eat it. Not to buy crab and then I'm going to make crab for dinner tonight. No. On a spur, it's got to be planned out in advance. And I'm going to want to eat this when I buy it. Otherwise, I'm not buying it.
what's the matter, Rob? Did you have a bad experience one time?
No, I just seen enough bad experiences.
I think that bad experience is a totally different kind of crab.
Yeah, no, not my thing.
So you just tried to avoid it like the plague. So
I've
put two and two together.
even tried crayfish, out of streams and stuff like that. They're not as strong, so they're not as bad, I don't think. But it's just something to do with that flavor. Just not a fan. So recently, it was told, I don't know if it's true or not. I heard it somewhere that basically lobsters and a lot of the crustaceans used to be fed to like slaves and stuff because it was seen as garbage food. Nobody wanted it. So I don't know if that's true, but I find that ironic that now, people go out and spend buku bucks on this stuff. So kind of strange.
If you read the Bible, and I think there's a passage in the Quran too, that shellfish, which would include crab, lobster, and shrimp, were prohibited.
Yeah, well, I just naturally don't have the taste for it. Nothing to do with a religion, I guess, or nothing. But I just heard that a couple days ago that it was basically reserved for like poor people in a sense.
So the good Lord intended us to have better taste.
Beef, pork, and chicken.
But I'd like to get more elk. Like when I was out in Wyoming, I ate elk all the time. I personally think it's good, man. I don't know. Something about the marbleness to it. I guess the muscle to fat ratio or something. But I just like the way it. I think that's good meat. I'd like to see more of that. Wish they had that in the grocery store around here.
And real quick, we've been joined by Travis P11. How are you tonight, Travis?
Hey, I'm doing all right, man. What's the discussion on this evening?
So far, we're talking about shellfish right now.
Oh, yes. I was going to say, when I came into this chat, you had me at crabs, so I didn't know what was going on here. So, hey, look, we got the Hirsch brothers out there. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good, Travis. How are you tonight?
Did you tell me you had a twin?
Yeah, this is the evil one.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. I could tell he got to eat more growing up. So,
when Pat turned his camera on, I said, "Oh my God, it's like the white version of the conservative twins, the Hodge twins."
Awesome.
We got it for you tonight.
What was your favorite part of dinner tonight, Travis?
Yeah. Oh God, what was good? Oh man, we got one of these big batches of mac and cheese that you buy at Costco and you bake it, and it's just the bomb, man. It's like 3.5 pounds of mac and cheese, and it's like $10 or $12, but my God, it was amazing. Get that crunchy top going on when you take the foil off for about 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah. I got to go for the mac and cheese, man. Turkey's good, but turkey's turkey, I mean, turkey's the same. I'm a sides man. I go for the sides. I like my stuffing. I like my mashed potatoes. I like my gravy. Cool. Yeah, you can just give me an intravenous line of gravy any day.
Was there anything that wasn't good?
Let's see. Honestly, I got to admit, we just did instant potatoes, and so those were not as good as they would have been had they been, made with, cream and mashed up and seasoned and doctored up and stuff.
If you're going to make mashed potatoes, but you're not going to make your own, get the Bob Evans out of the freezer case.
Yeah, we've done those before. Those are great, man. You just pop them in the microwave or not Country Crock. There's a couple companies that make really good, pre-cooked mashed potatoes. You just throw in the microwave.
Country Crock does have their own variety.
Is it Country Crock? Yeah. The Bob Evans ones are amazing too, man. Those are awesome.
Now, what kind of pies did you have?
Oh, you see my video today?
I seen the pumpkin, yeah.
That's all we did was it was just us two this year. So we didn't get to have grandma's homemade pumpkin pie or the pumpkin spice cake, or we just kept it simple and just did that pumpkin pie, and that was it. We'll probably go run off and pick something up at some point. So yeah, just the old $3 pumpkin pie, man. That was pretty much it. So
did you put whipped cream on it?
Oh, absolutely. We got Canada Ready Whip, dude.
I just saw Kingpin's comment in the YouTube chat. He says it's funny that good crabs and bad crabs come from Baltimore.
I don't have any experience in that area, but I'm going to be very cautious next time I'm in Maryland.
He lives in the Baltimore area, so he would know about the bad crabs. The good crabs, that's where we get our crab from around here because We're so close. We're like 2 hours away from Baltimore.
See, I thought it was all Alaskan. You always see Alaskan king crabs and Alaskan this and Alaskan that when you look at the boxes for it and stuff. And no,
yeah, but Maryland has a big crabbing industry too. So.
Okay.
It's a different kind of crab. They get smaller crabs. They don't get the big king crabs like.
Yeah. What are they? Snow? Are they called snow crabs? Is that no? Those are the big ones.
Alaska too. I forget what.
Yeah.
Blue crab or something like that.
Oh yeah. They'd be like your smaller ones.
Yeah, but they're good.
Oh, I know, man. It's tough getting fresh seafood in our neck of the woods, man. You gotta go fish it out of a lake if you want it. Unfortunately, that's the only kind of seafood we get around here. So even then, not exactly seafood.
Then I said they're the blue claw crab. That's what it is.
Gotcha.
The Chesapeake region has the blue claw crabs.
You guys like catfish at all? You ever do that? Big fans of that, like nuggets or whole fried fillets, or you guys ever do that?
Yes.
Heck yeah, man! You can't live next to the Platte River and not go fish catfish, you know.
Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah, man, that's my favorite. Just fried up in oil.
Mm-hmm.
Bread it.
Yep.
Every body of water in the Pittsburgh area has catfish in it.
Mm-hmm.
The best ones are the channel cats.
Oh yeah,
they're the catfish that eat other fish. And again,
are those the ones that guys go noodling for in those TV shows? They like put their arms in those holes and they rip them out.
No, those aren't the same ones.
Oh, okay.
They go for those big fat things. The channel cats are slimmer, and you can get a decent fillet off of each side of one of those. They're not the ones that you want to chunk because they're not the big fat things that are bottom feeders. They're a predatory fish. They eat other fish, so they don't get that big girthy thing because they got to be quick so they can catch the other fish in the water.
I've always heard that blue cat tastes pretty good too, but I've never had it. I don't know if anybody's heard of that blue cat.
Blue cat is like a form of channel cat.
Yeah,
right.
Like red cat has this red cat wine. It's not bad.
Yeah, any of the bottom feeding fish, you got to be careful on what they're feeding on, because with fish, you know the expression "you are what you eat." With fish, that's literally true. They will taste like what they eat. So if they're eating garbage, they're going to taste like garbage.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of the catfish you buy in the store, you know, it's either foreign raised or farm raised. So I don't know if that's necessarily better for you to eat or, you know.
Well, pond fish would be better than river fish.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Might be more consistent in taste. I mean, I've never had bad river catfish before, but I don't know what our fish are necessarily eating primarily. It's hard telling, you know.
Yeah. On just about any cat, especially those big ones. We usually don't eat catfish that are over about 15 pounds.
Yeah.
Because you get those big mud suckers that have been sitting on the bottom for their entire life that weigh 30, 35 pounds, and they're just sucking everything up off the bottom. The one thing you can do if you get one of those big guys is turn it loose in a stock tank and let it swim around for about 4 or 5 days and let it clean itself out.
Ah, okay. Flush itself out.
Yep, and it cleans out, and it makes for a lot better eating on those bigger catfish.
That's not a bad idea. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
I can see how it would work, though. Yeah.
The best way to catch channel cat is the same way you catch a bass. I don't know how many times I've gone bass fishing and I've caught channel cats. And it is, channel cats sometimes will be colored like a bass, so when it jumps, you can't tell if you got a bass or if you got a channel cat on your hook.
Oh yeah, man! I've caught them on fake rubber worms.
Mm-hmm.
They'll eat about anything.
I don't want a bass lure, you know. So I mean, they'll eat what if it looks like a little fish to them, or like Jason said, a worm. They'll bite on it just like a bass would.
So, Travis, do you have a big gathering today, or was it small, or what do you do?
Did you have a big what now?
I said, do you have a big gathering today, or
no? My wife and I decided just to go ahead and not the whole family decided we're just gonna each like the mom and dad kids are just staying separate this year. We actually had my godfather passed away 2 weeks ago from COVID, and his wife was in the hospital with it too. And that was a big wake up call for my grandparents who were close friends with them, because not that my grandparents hang out with them necessarily, but they do a lot of the public stuff in the morning, you know, getting coffee with friends and stuff. And that's what my godparents have been doing, hanging out with friends and getting coffee and stuff. And a bunch of their friends got sick from it too. So, you know, it's kind of a wake up call for the grandparents, and maybe they might want to just pull back a little bit and let things kind of run its course before they go back to kind of hanging out. So they just wanted some space this year, and we respected that. And with me being in a school, I mean, I'm surrounded by kids. I couldn't give myself, 14 days to make sure I don't come down with any symptoms myself. So I said, let's give some space, and then, maybe before Christmas I'll try to give myself a week, and then if I'm feeling good and there's no problems, we can all get together. I mean, whether or not whatever your thoughts are on it, I just don't want to be the one that would happen to spread it or give them to them if at all possible. So that's why this year just decided just to, family. I have no brothers and sisters. My wife's the same way. My mom isn't. She's in okay health, but she doesn't want to take any chances. So we just decided this year space is the way to go. So sucks, but it is what it is for now.
Yeah, my wife had to go get a COVID test. She woke up yesterday with the stomach flu, and two of the symptoms of stomach flu is a fever and a headache. So she had to call off, or she called her, her boss to ask what to do, and they made her take the stupid over the phone COVID questionnaire thing, and told her after that she couldn't come into work until she got a positive COVID or a negative COVID test, rather.
Problem is too, we're now getting into to flu season, and then you got a lot of families and kids that were hanging out on Halloween. So we're starting to see the after effects of that too, which are just like common colds and flus. And, people are just not sure what they have. If they wake up not feeling good, they don't know if it's COVID or not. So it's kind of an ugly situation for everybody this year.
People last year were diagnosed with COVID that actually would have had the flu if they were tested for the flu.
I don't think we would have known. No idea.
Yeah, I mean that's my point.
Yeah.
How many people were
just more turkey for me.
misdiagnosed? Because it's all the same symptoms. You look at the symptoms of the flu. You look at the symptoms of the COVID.
Yeah.
You look at the symptoms of the common cold. It's all the same
symptoms, but the actual conditions of going through it, I would say with COVID, from the people I've talked to that have had it, it's a bit more than severe than just your common, just your stomach will come down,
I know I've known a couple people that tested positive for COVID. Yeah. Their symptoms were no worse than a common cold.
Oh, I know. My dad did. My dad tested positive, and all he had was a loss of taste for a week, and that's it. No flu, no shakes, no diarrhea, nothing. He,
they didn't.
People depends on the person, and then I got people like my godfather that died from it. So
Yeah. I mean, if it wouldn't have been for them having a positive test, which again, the testing positive or negative doesn't prove anything because they're not the most reliable test in the world to begin with. But they didn't. The only symptoms they had were common cold symptoms. They didn't lose their sense of smell. They didn't lose their sense of taste or any other crap that's supposed to be COVID specific. They just had the symptoms of the common flu.
Well, and as the CDC expands their symptoms for COVID, it is matching, like you said, the common cold and influenza. So a person doesn't know, so you're almost forced to go get a test because you want to know, or if you don't have to worry about it because of your job, then, you just live your life. But no, I don't disagree with you on that.
I mean, look at my wife. Like I said, she's got a stomach flu. They made her get a COVID test.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the Supreme Court shot down New York governor's restrictions on going to church?
Yes.
Did you see it only went by 5-4?
Yeah. Roberts voted with the liberal judges.
So almost half of the Supreme Court decided that medical officials' opinion overrides the Supreme Court or the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, that's what they're saying.
Yeah. And like I said, once again, John Roberts votes with the liberals, which kind of
yes, he does.
Glover's theory that Roberts only goes with the populist opinion. Well, if that were the case, he wouldn't have voted with the liberals now, would he? Since the majority of the court wasn't going to vote with the liberals.
Yeah, we'll see. One vote is all there was that upheld freedom to assemble and freedom of your religion. Yeah. One vote.
if
That's how close we are to things totally changing in this country.
if
One
Ginsburg,
vote.
if Ginsburg were still around,
Yeah, I thought of that because it was Judge Barrett's vote that might have put it this way. But
Well, hey, man,
I mean,
it's the
we
governor's
are close.
declaration or a mayor's declaration that can determine what kind of freedom you have in the town you live in. That's just the sad reality for a lot of communities in this country. So,
well, here's the
That's-
thing about that: this
Yep.
Supreme Court decision doesn't just affect Cuomo.
Yeah, it affects us
That
all.
prevents any
Mhm.
of the governors or
Mhm.
mayors from instituting the "you can't go to church" order. Once the Supreme Court comes down with one of those kinds of decisions, it affects everybody.
Well, it does look good for the future that at least the 5 are sticking to the Constitution like they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be Supreme Court justices. They're not supposed to be a Republican justice, a Democrat justice. They're supposed to be weighing us against the Constitution. So at least there's 5.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys listen to him or not, but Verdict with Ted Cruz. He's got that book out probably the last 5-6 months. It's called One Vote Away.
Yeah.
And I listen to his podcast just because he seems to be more of a constitutional person, or at least leans that way. Anyway, it seems on the outside, just the way he fights for things. But just some snippets and stuff that I've seen from his book and everything. It's like everybody was saying. I mean, it's just one dang vote, and they can really swing.
Yep. Ted Cruz was talking about we were one vote away from losing freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what really sucks is because, just like everybody on this panel knows, I mean, you take one away, what's going to stop the rest of it from falling?
You take the first away, you can't defend the second. You take the second away, you can't defend the first. And once those two are gone, the others fall like dominoes.
Yeah, pretty much sums it up, man. So have you guys
made a grown man cry.
guys, have you seen any gun deals at all today? Is there anything worth buying?
Olights.
Olight.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we know Olight because it's half the stream on YouTube, and I'm just as guilty as everyone else is putting out content on it. But if you didn't know there's an Olight sale today, you are not a gun person.
Did you see Gary's show? What was it? Was it Friday night or Sunday night show where we were like under the radar, kind of like pushing the Olight sale? And what was the other one that we were pushing? Versacary holsters.
You guys trying to get Gary some of that sweet Olight money, or what? Trying to help him get some sponsorship, or?
Heck, man, I still say Versacary owes me money because I sold at least one holster for him because we were talking. I was talking about my holster on one of the shows, and Ghost went out and bought one. So,
guys, our content, I hate to say it, we help these companies push so much merchandise. It's unreal. I'm serious. There's been so many guns that I bought off of your guys' recommendations. It's not even funny, That's right. That sweet Taurus money.
Oh, cherry pie, baby, cherry pie.
Cherry pie? Who's getting cherry pie? Nobody said anything about cherry pie.
Oh yeah.
Do you have some Cool Whip?
Now, are we talking the actual
Yes, I do.
pie, or are we talking Warren's version of cherry pie?
Both go good with Cool Whip.
There you go.
Either one goes good with.
No, you mean Cool Whip. Cool Whip.
Brian, cool.
Say cool.
Ready
Say
Whip, man. Ready Whip.
Ready
Whip
Whip.
tastes better.
That's
The
what I
only
say.
way to go
You
right
know,
there.
it's really good. They came out with cookies and cream Cool Whip. I think it was last summer.
Oh,
dude, that it tastes exactly like the fluff you get in the deli at the grocery store. You know, just like quick cookies and cream. I mean, you can't. It's like, oh, this is a great topping. It's like, hell no, it's great by itself. You don't even need to use it as a topping. You don't even need a reason to put it on anything. You just crack it. We got a container of it. It literally lasted like 2 evenings in our house, and it was gone. And we have no kids. That's the scary part. Apparently, we both ate one, but I don't know. That stuff is unbelievable. I don't even know if they make it anymore. If you ever get the cookies and cream Cool-Whip, you just go get some. Yep. Oh, the Hirsch brothers are running off. Heads up.
Say Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton.
Wheaton.
Say Will Smith. Will Smith.
Wheat. I am wheat.
Yum. Yum.
Yeah. That whole Stewie pronouncing the W and H in words. But only certain words. And in certain words that don't even have the WH.
Now wait a minute. Say cool. Cool. Now say whip. Whip. Now say cool. Cool whip.
And he did it with Will Wheaton in the episode where they had all the Star Trek people. He's like, Will Wheaton. And Brian's
Will
like,
Wheaton.
Say Will Smith. Will Smith. Now say Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton.
You got to have that pause between the L and the H, the W for some reason, you know?
Oh, man. Who's this one? Who's this little one?
Sweetheart. Lily.
It's like,
No, that's mine. That's my youngest one. That's okay. Now she wants down. That's Lily. That's little Lilybug. She was all over John's show on Tuesday. Now she's kind of gun shy around the camera. So I don't know what's got into her.
You better get her own YouTube channel, get her an agent quick, because she's going to go viral here pretty soon. So watch out.
She could, as cute as she is, but of course, I'm biased. So
there's a channel out there where somebody's got like a 4 or 5 year old kid that they let shoot their guns. Have you seen that channel? It just popped up in my feed one day. Yeah, there's like a little 5. She's got 60, 70,000 subs and gets like 300,000 views per video. Yeah.
Is it a little girl and she's like all tactical, kick ass? I mean,
oh
she
yeah,
can
yeah.
run
She's got
AR.
Oh yeah,
on a
yeah.
range.
She totally
Yes.
makes us all look like tier 9 operators.
Yeah, she's incredible.
See if I can find her. What her channel was called.
I forget her name, but I've seen a few videos of hers.
Yeah.
And, yeah, man, she's that is really something. I mean, she's not just when you say she's a little kid, she's shooting a gun. She's not sitting there holding a little pistol at a target. She's like running.
No,
AR,
yeah, like
man.
rocking 3-gun, and she can't even like drive a
Yeah.
Power Wheels, but she's
Yeah, she's on the full course, running around, running and shooting, running, moving, shooting behind obstacles, and she's tearing it up.
She's doing like 3-gun or something?
Yeah. Yeah, she is it's like I said, when you think of like, oh, a little kid shooting, you think maybe give him a little 22 or something, and you're all sitting there watching it that cute. No, this girl is like an operator, like Travis said. She's getting it done.
And it's funny is your channel's not popping up, but maybe it got taken down because it's a kid shooting a gun. I don't know, but there's one that's like, Autumn's Armory. Autumn's Armory. That's the channel. Yeah.
I was about to say G23 and Nighthawk are both out there saying Autumn's Armory.
Okay.
I think I seen it pop up on my feed too. I didn't watch it, but I seen the image or whatever. But yeah, that's cool stuff. There was that Rod of Iron festival. It was airsoft, but there was kids running around doing the same thing. And man, you see the smile on their face. Not necessarily the same thing, but running through a course and stuff. And you can tell they really enjoyed it. It'd be great if more parents, got their kids, pushed more into that in a sense. So not only as a sport or to carry on the Second Amendment, but it's also a great, self-defense method as well. It's kind of a multi-angle skill that's very beneficial. So, in my opinion,
yeah, Nighthawk.
I always think it's great to see kids doing stuff like that.
Yeah, Nighthawk's also saying she uses two fingers to pull the trigger.
That's the secret right there. That's the secret to her steady hand.
Yeah, she's like a little mini special forces, man. And
Oh God, yeah, we
it's
had to
crazy
drop
watch.
her in Afghanistan. Nobody would suspect it, you know. Sure, that pink tiger stripe, MP5 might give her away, at a distance, but
She's got a really strong chance. She'll probably grow up and be a really famous shooter, a champion in any of the shooting sports she would choose. I mean, she's that good at that young.
Mhm.
She's going to be like the Tiger Woods of shooting sports or something, man.
Somebody needs
She
to-
could have a very long, successful career.
Somebody needs to get a hold of Chris Chang and have her run 2-gun against him, see who wins.
I was going to say, there's always a risk of her being pushed too far, and hopefully it's her wanting or doing instead of her parents, because of course, if you're forced in to try to fill a mold, a lot of people try to pull away from that as soon as they can. So, but yeah,
kind of get that Hollywood child syndrome going on that we've seen so many times,
Yeah, I mean, you see it in all different sports, everything, you know what I mean? But if, if the kid truly enjoys it, then that's a blessing right there. Run with it, support it. I'm all for that. I'd be supporting that over football any day, honestly. So,
yeah. Kingpin's taking off out there, so later, Kingpin.
See you, Kingpin. Have a good one, brother.
Adios, Amigo.
All right, later, Kingpin. Have a good one.
Nighthawk saying he got an offer to go to Afghanistan again. He has to put his age on his resume. I don't know if I would go. I don't know if I would do it. I don't know if I would want to go over there.
Now, maybe not 5 years ago, though. But
I don't know if I'd want to go over there now.
It kind of depends on contractor stuff. Little James Yeager.
Depends what you're doing and the money. You can make. You could make some really outstanding money over there doing, some fairly typical jobs. But love you too. Don't know if it's the same anymore, but for the right price, I'd go. But it's got to be the right price.
The news was saying today we're going to bomb Iran before the first of the year.
We're going back there again. Oh Jesus! What now?
Well, that's what the fake news says.
What are they doing? Iranian war games, Trump's legacy in boxing and Biden. Okay.
They're saying that since the Obama deal, they gave them all the money and the restrictions they were supposed to have in place. They've obtained 15 times the uranium they needed since then. And Israel and everybody over there has been meeting, and all the Saudi countries and all that been meeting the last month with Pompeo. Is that how you say his name? Secretary. They're worried. They're almost like wanting Trump to strike Iran before Biden gets in there, because they're afraid Biden's just going to go back and side with him. And they're saying right now Iran is 2 months away from a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, Biden's just going to give them more money.
Oh, come on. They just want all that uranium to enrich it for their own power supply. Come on. They wouldn't do something like that. None of these guys would ever do something like that, That's sarcasm, of course.
Yeah, with everything that's been happening, I kind of forgot about Iran and the deals and their problems. But that's not good when the news says they have 15 times what they had a few years ago, and they're 2 months away from
question, were they allowed to buy 15 times what they had because they were allowed to? I mean, they're not just taking the number and skewing it to make it look like they have amassed it for something other than their own nuclear reactor consumption.
Well, as I heard it put, they made that deal with Obama, and Obama was like, "Oh, well, this is good because we're going to inspect them, and they're not allowed to produce this much."
Yeah.
Well, apparently they never allowed any inspections, and they just made as much as they wanted.
Man, Trump pulled us out of that deal with them anyway. He cut off the money going back to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But they weren't listening and obeying their end of the deal in the first place anyway.
No.
Jason was just saying, they never let inspectors go in to inspect any of their stuff. It's been one big screw up from the start. Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, thanks, Obama. God.
Yeah, thanks, Obama.
And what do you think Joe's going to do? Joe is just going to if he gets in there, he's just going to reenact the deal that Obama made with him.
What, and send pallets of cash over there?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, hey, guess what? Here's some more money so you can enrich your uranium a little bit quicker so you can bomb our ass.
Yeah, he's gonna
stay pulling
And
out
and whatever
more and more in.
And whatever money's left over, he's gonna give it to climate change and the Paris Accord.
Right.
Yeah, he's gonna do that too.
It's amazing how they just funnel it however they want.
Hey, guess what? I spent all this money on the American people. Now Biden is going to take it and spend it on everybody else.
Yeah, it's amazing how Biden supposedly won all these votes in energy-heavy areas.
That's
that he has said he is going to kill.
Especially PA. PA people will beat your ass if you talk about their gas or oil or something. Like, they're serious about that stuff. Part of New York wants to succeed just so they can get money from the oil and fracking. Like, there's no way. Like, you couldn't walk around PA talking crap about fracking without getting beat up. I don't understand.
Well, look, man,
you can do that. I just don't get it.
Yeah, you get in Western Pennsylvania, you can't talk shit about coal because it's the same reason. You're gonna get your ass kicked.
Look, man, Biden would have a rally and he'd have like 10 cars. Trump would have a rally, he'd have 50,000 people, man. We're not talking about two normal candidates here or disputing this. Biden has no smarts. He has no intelligence. He has no clue. He is an idiot. He's a bumbling idiot. It's not like he has a policy or an economic strategy, you know what I mean, that might be different than yours. He's just a plain idiot, man. There's no way he got 80 million votes. No way. Impossible.
Come on, man. I got a plan. I mean, it's right here. I got a plan.
Yeah. I'll let you know after you elect me what I'm doing. Yeah.
My plan, we're going to do this. Well, how are you going to do it, Joe? We're going to use my plan.
Tell me one politician that ever won the election in the presidency, a senator, a governor, any of them, when the first words out of his mouth, I'm going to raise your taxes.
Mm-hmm. Well,
not one person in history ever got elected that said, I'm going to raise your taxes. And everybody that said that they wouldn't do it and turned around and did raise your taxes got voted out next term. I mean, it doesn't make – he's the worst politician there ever was, man. This is such a scam.
Definitely. I mean, that hearing that was done yesterday, I think sums up a lot of things for people. There's definitely more than enough smoke for it to be an issue. Here's my opinion.
Here's an interesting little factoid. Only 3 presidents have won without winning Ohio. Only a handful have won not winning Florida, since 2 of them have been states. 0 have won if they didn't win Ohio and Florida. Or Florida. Biden didn't win Ohio or Florida. So how the hell does he win the election when historically you have to win Ohio and Florida to win? He won neither.
Yeah, somehow more people voted for him than Obama or Hillary or anybody in history.
Yeah, there's that too. More people voted for Biden than voted for Obama.
Well, I'll lay this on the line, guys. Okay, let's say that once all the votes are counted and everything, there is another option. If those states that he lost come within 1% or underneath the Constitution, he doesn't have to concede. He can say it was too close, and then it goes to the legislature. Now,
okay, what happens after that?
When it goes to the legislature, the legislature, which is where it is held,
where whether it's Democratic or Republican held, the majority only gets one vote.
It goes
Now,
by state delegations.
right, and there's some stuff that has to fall into place on this too. But if they go to that, they get one vote out of every state, whichever is the most popular. Doesn't matter on the amount of people or anything like that. It's whoever has the majority in that state versus Republican versus Democrat. Right now, it's 37 Republicans over the rest. So if he enacts that, and that's happened twice. That's happened twice in elections. Now, granted, that's been quite a while ago. It was like, good Lord, I can't even remember. It's been over 100 years ago. Because he's still kind of pushing like he's going to win it. But that is an option on it. Go and look. I think it's either the 12th or the 13th on the Constitution. There's actually a couple videos on this.
I hope it gets dealt with, where they realize enough of this stuff was fraudulent or whatever the case. I'd rather just break down and be, A or B in a sense. And I know that's a little more difficult, or not a little difficult. That's what it's supposed to be. But with everything up in the air, if they can get rid of the crap and do this, and it's just a clean win or lose either way, then it would be better so everybody didn't completely lose their crap. There's going to still be people that lose their crap, but if he refuses to move out or anything like that and, fights it like that, I mean, the media, they're already 100% against him. I think could encourage, maybe the start of a war or something. I have no idea what people out there going nuts.
The most likely
cleaner win would be better. Win or lose, whatever. I'm hoping he wins. Don't get me wrong, but I want a legit win. I don't want a fake win or magical ballot boxes that get full and things that don't add up and mathematical win or lose. I just want a fair damn election, and hopefully, from the looks of it, Trump would be the winner if that was the case.
At this point, the most likely outcome of Biden not winning is going to be one of these cases actually makes it into the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court looks at everything that's going on, or even combines all these cases into one case, sees all what's going on, can't make heads or tails of it themselves. They throw their hands up in the air, they declare it a contested election, and we're right back in the House of Representatives deciding it from that point of view as well. And that would even be more legal than the way Pat was saying, because it could still be determined that what Pat said it could happen would be an illegitimate way of doing it too. If the Supreme Court is the one that makes the decision at this election, we can't make heads or tails out of this, the only fair way to do this is going to be in the House, you got a little bit more legitimacy, because that's actually not just an amendment to the Constitution. That's actually in the main body of the Constitution.
Right. And it just depends on how far you want to carry this and how things pan out afterwards. You know what I mean? It's kind of a balancing act.
Kind of sheds a little light on the fact.
I don't know all the specifics, but yeah, right, Jason.
Yeah, it kind of sheds a little light on why they all were so much against Trump appointing another Supreme Court justice. They didn't care about that lady and her resume. They all voted no. They hated her because in their grand scheme of control, they need that Supreme Court. That's why they want to pack it.
That's why they didn't want what's her face to die. As soon as she died, even if they had Roberts siding with them, they weren't going to be able to pull the same things that they've been pulling where John Roberts has been voting with them. You look at just about every case that the leftist or left side, the liberal side in the Supreme Court has won a case in the last 20 years. It's because John Roberts has sided with them.
You know what I wish we had every election or all the time for that matter? How come we don't get to see like a report card? Like when it comes down to like, re-elect your senators or whatever, how come there's not like a report card that'll show us how did you vote on this? What did you do? I mean, by like commonly available, like instant information that everybody's familiar with all the time.
You mean the electoral votes?
There's no accountability. No, like say like my Senator John Smith, he's running for re-election. There should be like a report card. Okay, hey, you've been in there the last 4 years. What did you do? What did you accomplish? What did you vote on? Like how many days did you go to work? How many days didn't you go to work?
There is going to be for Nebraska. There's going to be record keeping like that for everything. Who was in attendance? Who wasn't in attendance? Who voted for what? Like we get a legislative report every month, and it tells you who voted for what on all the bills that were voted on and who was absent from the vote.
Yeah,
there's going to be records for it, but you'd have to dig through. There's going to be a lot of red tape just to get to it. I mean, who knows? Maybe you can access it online. But there are records of who was here and who wasn't, who voted for what.
Yeah, there are websites that keep track of that. The problem is nobody wants to know that they exist, but there are websites out there that keep report cards on how politicians are voting and when they show up and when they don't show up. That's how we know that Obama, the majority of the votes that he took part in the Senate, he voted present for. That's neither voting yes or no for it. He just would vote present all the time so that he didn't have a position on record. Why? Because his term in the Senate was just to set up his run for the presidency.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if they had a report card like that, I'd like to see one on the Supreme Court justices, too. I mean, even though they got the job for life, I still think we should know which ones vote which way on what cases. On every single case, it should be like easily accessed information. I know it's information out there, but I mean easily accessed. Like you don't hear the news talk about it.
No, you don't hear the news talk about it because they don't want you to know, but you can look at every Supreme Court case and it tells you who voted which way. And it's all public record.
I've went and looked on the .gov websites before, curious about some things, and a lot of times it'll show the vote, and the little tab you'll click on it and it'll say, no voter information available at this time, or stuff like that. They'll just say this bill passed or it didn't pass. Like no roll call information available. So you can't see if your senator voted for it, yes or no.
That's because some of these votes are just a simple yea and nay vote, and in that case, they don't keep track of who voted yea and who voted nay. They just have a counter that pops up this many yeas, this many nays.
All right, guys, we're going to jump off, and everybody, hopefully, y'all had a good Thanksgiving, and glad to see everybody here tonight. And yeah, had a blast, really did.
Have a good night, guys.
Take care, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. You guys have a good one.
You got anything you want to plug real quick before you go, Pat?
Yeah, I just want to plug everybody's channel that's here. Travis P11, New York Outcast, yours, Sandhill Shooter. I know I'm forgetting some, but yeah, go watch the content. And everybody out there in the chat, thanks for joining us tonight. And yeah, everybody, happy Thanksgiving. Good night, y'all.
You, Pat.
Take care, man. Take care.
Good night.
But back to what you were saying, Jason. That's why the roll call votes are so important. The roll call votes, you can't hide your vote because they take your name and you tell them how you vote when they take your name. With just a simple yay or nay vote, like I said, it's done with electrical switch. Basically, you flip either the yes or the no switch on your little podium there, and then in your votes cast. And there's no way of keeping track of who voted which way because it just flips. It just flips and sends an electrical signal that's counted. It could come from anywhere in the building, and if the bathroom has one of the wires, one of the yay or nay switches hooked up to the restroom light switch, and you flip that light switch, you just voted yes on something in the Senate. Basically, that's all they're doing from the podium when they do a simple yay or nay, which is, again, why the roll call votes are so important, because then they're on record how they vote.
No, they really have a switch in the bathroom.
No, I was just adding an example.
All right, I was going to say, that's crap, because, they got to be missing stuff if they're in the bathroom, so...
Some places probably got voting machines in the bathroom.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, these are the people that usually gotta vote on it so they can read it, right?
Mm-hmm. How long have we been doing this? Like this doesn't have a counter on it. It's been about 2 hours, 2.5 hours almost. Wow. Time's been flying tonight.
Yeah, my belly's just starting to go down.
Yeah, finally had enough room for some cherry pie, so pumpkin's next on the list.
What a wonderful holiday, man. A national day of eating too much.
It is good.
Good call, man. Good call.
Yeah. Do you know who influenced Abraham Lincoln to declare Thanksgiving a national holiday?
Some lady, she kept trying, she was an author of kids' books that kept trying to convince everybody to make it a national holiday. So the states weren't doing it on different days. But I can't remember her name.
I can't remember her name either, but what was her most famous work? Do you remember that?
No, I can't recall. I just heard it today, actually.
Every kid sings it in kindergarten. There's a hint for you.
Is it ABCs?
Itsy Bitsy Spider?
No. Snob's kids can't tell it from a goat.
Oh, I don't Mary Had a Little Lamb?
Yep. The woman who wrote Mary Had a Little Lamb is responsible for Thanksgiving being a national holiday.
Yes, I knew it all along, man. What a win.
Yeah, cool.
Did I just win the O-Light package?
No. I can't afford that.
It seems strange that there was a time that states did it at different days.
Well, the federal government did too.
Well, in my lifetime, it hasn't been that way. So it's just hearing that, it just seemed like a strange thing. So
it's been since 1863, I believe, was the year when Lincoln enacted it to be a national holiday. But prior to that, they would just declare random days of Thanksgiving at the various levels of government, including federal.
Well, I'm willing to have one every month. As far as I'm concerned, it's the best smelling day of the year.
Yeah, last Thursday every month. That'd be great.
What's the only month without a national holiday?
January?
Nope.
February?
No. Now, quit trying to go through all the months, Jason. That's the cheating way of doing it.
Is it August?
Yes, it's August. August does not have a national holiday. It's the only month in the year that doesn't. Most have more than one.
I knew it, man. I am on a roll. Send the prizes to me.
Some aren't even celebrated anymore. Well, October has national holidays. Believe it or not, Columbus Day is still a national holiday, even though some people want to call it Indigenous Peoples Day. It's still a national holiday. They don't give. I mean, this year the post office, for the first time in a while, had off on Columbus Day. So, nope, not October.
Ain't Halloween a holiday?
It It's not an official national holiday. It's celebrated, but it's not an official national holiday. November has Thanksgiving and Veterans Day. If I had to tell you what's in December, there's a problem.
I'd like Mardi Gras to be a national holiday.
January has Martin Luther King birthday and obviously the New Year's Day. February has President's Day. Formerly, it had Washington and Lincoln's birthdays as being two separate holidays, but they decided that no, it's the shortest month of the year, so we're only gonna put one national holiday and combine those two together to form President's Day. March sometimes has Easter, and it has what the hell's the other one? I don't think St. Patrick's Day is one, but again, March sometimes has Easter, which means that then it also has Good Friday. April, again, sometimes has Easter and Good Friday. Those 2 months switch off for, I don't know why, but it does. It's just a thing that for some reason Easter moves around. It's the one national holiday that actually moves around. I can't think of another one that does. But yeah, it is what it is. May, you have Memorial Day, which the actual Memorial Day doesn't move, but the day that we observe it does, because they decided that instead of celebrating Memorial Day on the actual day of Memorial Day, which is May 31st, we're going to celebrate it on the last Monday, because that way people get a 3-day weekend. Crazy how that works, isn't it? You also have Mother's Day in May, which it is a national holiday, but because it's on a Sunday, it's not declared to be one that federal offices and stuff are closed. You get the same thing in the next month with June and Father's Day. July, you have the 4th of July, obviously. By the way, one of those months, I forget which one it is, it also has Flag Day. I think it's June. So then you get to August, there's none. September, you have Labor Day. October, you have Columbus Day, and then we're right back to how that all works again. And I'm probably forgetting something in there somewhere. But there's your holidays and what months they're in.
I think we should get every second off for Every Second Matters.
We should have a national first day of deer season, and that should be a national holiday.
Some places you do, but it's not a national holiday.
That's what I said. And there needs to be a national holiday. It's like Thanksgiving. You need another one. But that would give you 3 in November.
Nobody wants to go to work anymore anyways, right?
Yeah, they'd rather get their unemployment. Which, by the way, Biden's planning on increasing the amount extra you get on unemployment because of the COVID. Even though you have experts that aren't named Fauci saying that with the vaccine and everything, COVID will probably stop being a major thing. Not that it's a super major thing now in March.
It don't matter what Biden says. No. Not yet.
Remember, Biden is the idiot that thinks we're going to have another 200,000 people die by Inauguration Day.
I did get a tweet or a email thing from Trump saying that vaccine be ready to go next week.
I wonder if malpractice is being brought into these numbers as well, considering that's like what, one of the third highest killers in America or something like that. So, I wonder how much of that becomes COVID nowadays.
Just about every time they put one of these people on a respirator, according to what some doctors are saying, it's basically malpractice. A lot of these people that are going into the emergency rooms being put on the damn things are having that be one of the contributing causes of their death. That one thing you don't want to do is put people on those damn things. I've heard quite a few doctors come out and say that, but every time they do, they get silenced by the media for telling false narratives.
Don't you think China should have to pay for this? And I don't mean like money. I think they should be held accountable for what they've done, not just us, but the whole world, man. Mm-hmm. It's time just to go over there and smack them around a little bit. I mean, not just us, but everybody. The whole world should be against China right now. Not one country in this world should buy a single product from them.
Now, is it 100% proven that it's come from there?
Yes.
Yes, I don't believe they even deny it.
All right, I'm just asking. So.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this came from Wuhan.
And this isn't just like a disease that swept through. This was man-made. This was created.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is a man-made mutation of the SARS virus. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. So it's
why
like,
did they make it? Did somebody pay him to make it?
Yeah, Barack Obama.
Oh,
you don't know? Obama was
that's what I'm saying. I'm just curious. But I mean, it's pretty shitty if an American's paying them to make it, and then it gets released, and then America suffers and everything else. And we want to go smack the shit out of them. Why don't we just go smack the shit out of Obama?
Why don't we just go send them one of the chemical warfares that we got, some of the germ warfares we got, man? Why don't we just go?
But it's not all the people. Obama's the guy paying for it, or whoever the one. You guys say Obama, but whoever the one that's paying for this, and maybe the people involved. But I don't see smacking the whole country because they had a few assholes. If that's the case, and
I do. They smacked all of us. They smacked all of us. Look at all the people. Like we can wait.
Did,
I can talk
the
big
whole country
because
wasn't like, let's spit in a cup and make coronavirus and send it to the Americans. I'm sure it was, it was probably a small group of people paid to do something, and shit got sent out.
I can talk big because Corona hasn't personally touched me or my family. But if I lost a friend, if I lost a family member due to this COVID, I don't know what my opinion would be. I just couldn't deal with China for the rest of my damn life. What if your mother or your wife died today because some shit that China did? F China. Nuke them, man. Get rid of them so we never have this problem
again. If it was
again.
an American sitting here that paid for it, then why aren't we going after them? They're right here. Why don't we take care of them?
Yeah, because what the president does when in office, he cannot be tried for. He can be impeached. He cannot.
Well, it don't matter. I mean, if they're the one to blame and Jason's girlfriend gets taken out, why shouldn't Jason go looking for him?
Well, all he did was give them multiple payments, and it's on record. And it's not a secret record. This isn't something he was doing under the table. This was right out in the open. He was paying this lab every so often $3 million. He's multiple payments of $3 million to this lab.
And going to war on another country is just going to help feed the whole system. It don't take a whole military to go after one guy or a corporation.
But Obama cannot be tried for what he did as part of his legitimate presidential action, which this falls under. It was foreign aid. He can give foreign aid to different countries, and that's what it was. It was foreign aid, They were supposed to have been working on something to combat an illness, and this is the result.
Well, I don't know. I'm down with should be some accountability and responsibility. So
some idiot did something they weren't supposed to, and all hell broke loose from it.
I'd go after the source, honestly, because the source could be out there ordering something else up next week. I'd be more concerned about the head of the dragon for state. I don't know.
Yeah, well, just look at it this way. What if the next virus that comes out comes from Russia, or the next virus that comes out comes from Iran?
They've already started.
Ain't good.
They've already had the bubonic plague show up in China. If that takes hold, it's hard. It's going to be harder for that to take hold than COVID. But if the bubonic plague takes hold, it's going to make COVID seem like the measly cold. It really is. The bubonic plague is not something you want taking hold globally here, because that'll really throw a spanner into the works. You think things are bad now? Half the planet will be quarantining because half the planet will be dying.
So that means us healthy ones will be quarantined, right?
Well,
actually, if the plague comes, there probably won't be too many healthy ones.
Yeah, you've heard of the Black Death that swept through Europe in the Middle Ages? That was the bubonic plague. It killed over 1 million people when the population was only around 100 million worldwide.
It took out a third of the population of Europe or something.
Yeah.
We had the plague here in the early 1900s, and we have a special cemetery in town, and it's fenced off, caged off. You're not allowed to go there, even if that's your relatives or whatever. The land everywhere around it is unusable. They don't let it go to anything. It's all the plague victims got buried in their own cemetery.
Yeah. Like Nighthawk said, normally you don't quarantine healthy people. No, the only time healthy people got quarantined was in the early days of, prior to the 20th century. You would have people that were working on merchant ships and whatnot, that they would be quarantined when they came into port because you don't know what they were exposed to or if they were exposed to anything. So they would quarantine them to make sure they didn't have any foreign diseases before they let them get off the boat. That's the only time healthy people have been quarantined.
Yeah, it was a joke earlier. Sarcasm. I'm sure Nighthawk got it.
Well, no, I'm just saying. He said normally you don't quarantine healthy people. I'm like, yeah. I mean, the only time that they've ever done it was people that were in merchant shipping back before the 20th century, before we had ways of treating all these things. Looks like Pat's back.
Yeah, I'm back. Got home and decided I'd jump back in for just a little bit. But yeah, it's just like anything. Well, I'll go back to what I know. It's just like cattle. You don't treat every single head of cattle that potentially may or may not have something unless you're just doing your regular vaccines and stuff. If something comes down with something, you cut it out of the herd and then you quarantine it. That's why they say herd immunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the worst thing you can do is lock up the healthy if you're worried about people getting sick. Because you lock up the healthy and you let the virus get more virulent because there's no immunity being built up by people because they're not being exposed to it. So when they eventually do get exposed to it, you get what we've been seeing.
Well, that's why we had peaceful protests. It was just being healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back to the Notre Dame Clemson game a couple weeks ago when Notre Dame won and the fans stormed the field in Notre Dame Stadium. You know, not a single person in that stadium has tested positive for COVID since that point. Not a single one. And they damn sure won't social distancing. You got close to 100,000 people in that stadium to begin with because they weren't limiting how many people could be in there. That stadium was full. And at least 50% of that crowd rushed onto the field. There's no way they were social distancing at that point, and not a single person that was at that game tested positive for COVID. Not a single damn one. What does that tell you?
I know that. I mean, it is out there though. So I mean, not the numbers they're putting, but it definitely is out there. So.
Oh yeah, COVID's a real
my daughter's friend got it from work. She works in like a nursing home, and my daughter got it. Her boyfriend got it, and they're all laid up now with it. So
yeah, what's the key word you used in there, or key 2 words you used in there when you said that?
Nursing home, maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You know. So I mean, it does. You know. It is around, but definitely I think it is more focused towards the older people from what I've noticed. So my other friend's mom that got it, which I was very shocked that, you know, this was when it first came out. She's very heavy diabetes, basically you name it, she's got it. And perfect candidate not to make it. And she ended up making it through, which I was quite shocked. So, it's one of them rare things. It is there. Again, you know, I don't think I need to go through the story, but obviously I don't think it's at the level where we should be locking everybody down, mandatory this, mandatory that. But that's, you know, my opinion.
Well, I tend to agree with your opinion, and that's based on just what I've heard doctors that work with my wife say. You know, most of the dialysis patients that have come into the dialysis clinic that my wife works at that have had COVID have come from the nursing homes.
Well, it's
a hotbed for this shit.
It's just like every flu season. A good place to catch the flu is to like have a visit to the hospital or the doctor's office where all the other sick people's at. I mean, that's just like, if you wanted to catch the flu, go hang out the hospital is like your best choice to get it. I mean, so like, oh, now you got COVID, go to the hospital. Okay.
Well, look at it this way. Who in their right mind decides that the best place to send people with a disease that disproportionately affects the elderly in a fatal way should be going to the nursing homes, which are nothing but elderly people?
Somebody that wants to collect all that elderly people's wealth.
I look at this aspect of it too. You know, what businesses are open, and we all go to the gas station every day or whatever, or we go to the store. There's an employee there called a cashier, and you know, we may have our masks and they may have their plexiglass screen or maybe not, but we reach in our pockets and we grab our filthy, dirty, germy money and we hand it to them and they touch it and they put it in the thing. So if this is such a pandemic and spread, how come every cashier across this country, how come they aren't just dropping dead? How come all the victims aren't people that deal with the public every day? If it's this contagious and it's this wrong, how come the people, like I go and only be around a few people all day. A cashier in a store, they're around hundreds of people a day, thousands of people a day. How come the most dangerous job in this country is not being a cashier? If this pandemic is real. How come the doctors and the nurses aren't? How come we're not running out of doctors and nurses? They're around it. It's more than anybody. How come they're not all I mean, some do get sick, but how come there's not like 200,000 dead doctors?
Why is the guy that said sending people to the nursing homes is the best way to handle this getting an Emmy?
It's a lot of money for the state, man. You can't die in New York State without paying a tax. And then if you want to gift your money away, you got to do it in increments under like 9,000. It's like you want to do it under 10 grand, or they're taxing you for that too. So, and your property. So, a lot of money was made. That's what I think was going on, because I don't know if you know how those nursing homes work, but they bleed you dry in most cases, and then the state ends up taking all your assets.
If either of you guys have Nighthawk's email, he's wanting in here real bad. I don't have it.
No, I don't have it, or I'd send him invites for my show. Him and G23 and some other people. I don't have their.
G23 has a link. If he has, because I sent him one. If he could check his email, if he has Nighthawk's email, if he's still out there, if he could forward that to him, that would work too. Because like I said, I don't have Nighthawk's email. I'm not going to ask him to just throw it out there. So yeah, if you could do that, G23, I'd appreciate it.
Hey, can you see that? He posted it out there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Show and hide.
Yeah.
So you already got it?
It's a link. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I just hit the hide on it if you already got it.
Yeah. Well, I could have seen it even if you would have hit it. That's not a big deal. We'll hide that. But I can just click on view, delete a message, and I can see it still. So that's not a big deal. You could do that too, for that matter. Anybody that's a mod can do that. I just couldn't remember if I had it set up to where it would automatically hide it or not. And so I was like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't like telling people to throw their emails out into the YouTube chat. Nighthawk, just private. People want to be privacy and whatnot. But yeah, G23 says he sent you the link, so if you want to check your email. Damn it, what the hell was I going to say now? I was saying something.
Cool, I had his email. I wasn't sure. I was trying to go over and look at it, but I couldn't hit mute and wasn't sure. So I'm glad you guys figured it out.
Yeah, but anyway, it's been going through my wife's the dialysis department where my wife works at, which is one of the reasons why when she said she had the headache and fever and everything, they're having her get tested. Her the nurse that manages the unit, basically her boss, came down with it. 3 of the techs have come down with it, and one of the doctors in that unit. Not a single one of them has been hospitalized or had any other serious issues other than whatever symptoms the virus caused them to have.
So just thanks guys, by the way. Jason, thanks for getting me in here. There's some really huge things going on right now that are completely being ignored by the media because it doesn't fit the narrative. There are large numbers of doctors in the medical community who are speaking out against this and aggressively speaking out against this, and they're completely being blacked out. I mean, it's not that their hospitals are firing them or anything. They're just being blacked out. And the amount of money that's being given if you declare somebody a COVID patient is ridiculous. Hospitals in my area have fired retirement age nurses to get them out of the hospital so they don't have to pay off their retirement at the end of their lives because they're making so much money on COVID. They don't even need the staff at this point. It is absolutely reaching ludicrous levels. And the bacterial infections, if you haven't done a little time looking at this in young people, lung-based bacterial diseases, and the incoming, we're beginning to see things like Legionnaire's disease and other bacteria-based illnesses are spiking through the roof because of the mask wearing. Man, I dealt with SARS patients in 2003. I can tell you that some of us got SARS even with full contact precautions. If you have no idea, if you've never looked up what people who deal with like extremely virulent plagues and viruses wear to protect themselves, this is a joke.
Yeah. Well, to your point, my wife, like I was just saying, 4 or 5 people in her unit have come down with COVID in the last month, around a month, I would say. Her boss was the first one to get it. When they're treating COVID patients, they're wearing an N95 mask, then a surgical mask over top of that, and then one of those plastic face shields, and they still had 5 people come down with this. Why? Because masks don't stop it. COVID.
Well, N95 is only 95% too. And
yeah,
it's more than
N95 is
that.
not 100%. But you also have to go a step further. The most virulent and uncontrollable virus that exists on our planet is the common cold, and it's a coronavirus. Mm-hmm. We have never been able to solve the equation that is the common cold. It has been a known joke for as long as I can remember that if you figure out the cure to the common cold, you've written your own check for eternity. So if this company has discovered the cure for coronavirus, they've cured the common cold. They never have to do anything else again. Yeah. The number of illnesses that the United States has and sick days missed from work after this miracle viral drug should instantly reduce by 75%. The impact of it should be that productivity in the United States goes up by 1,000%. Sick days should almost entirely disappear because they'll have defeated the common cold. But none of that's going to happen.
Did you see the
Nighthawk? What was your best part about dinner tonight?
My wife drove back to the house from. She drove 200 miles to be with me for Thanksgiving dinner. If it was the food, it's always the cranberry sauce, dude. Turkey's good, stuffing's good, but God, I love that cranberry sauce.
All right. Did you see the show a couple of months ago, Nighthawk, when we were looking over the study from 2005 with masks in regard to the SARS virus? This was a peer-reviewed journal study that was done by the Institute of Health.
I was there for it, dude. I was still in medicine back then. I remember it. We took full contact precautions. Yeah. We did droplet and barrier precautions on SARS patients.
Yeah, the study showed, the study that I'm talking about showed that the masks were ineffective against the SARS virus, which, like I said, you being there, you know that because of what you had to go through with it. And that wearing the masks routinely, continuously in the course of a standard workday actually was more apt to cause respiratory and cardiac issues than if you caught the virus.
Oh, we know that. That's why I'm a heart patient, man. I don't wear a mask anywhere. And people are like, aren't you afraid you're going to get COVID? I said, no, I'm afraid I'm going to get a bacterial infection in my lungs and die.
Yeah, that's why my doctor doesn't want me wearing a mask, because I have sinus issues. And she's worried that it's going to cause a severe sinus infection where she may possibly have to hospitalize me because she's worried that the infection would get that bad because of wearing this stupid mask because of the moisture that you're re-inhaling. You breathe out and the moisture gathers in that mask and you breathe it in. What's one of the major causes of the people getting a sinus infection? Moisture build up in their sinus passage.
Yep. But it's not that coronavirus is not real. It's just being overblown. And so I tell people all the time, if you were to go out and to sample, let's say 10,000 people, you'd probably get 5,000 of them come back positive for coronavirus. And the reason is that we've lived with coronaviruses forever. They're everywhere. Everybody's had some level of exposure to them. It doesn't mean you have COVID-19 specifically.
Yeah, that's why Lysol for years and years and years has said kills the COVID virus on the can.
Yep. Now, or coronaviruses. I don't in my heart believe that the deaths that we're seeing with people who have coronavirus are related directly to coronavirus. Do I believe that it has killed some people? Yes. But the fact that we have now set new records for the entire year for low flu tells me that we're misreporting things because we get extra money for reporting certain things certain ways.
Yeah. If you look at the numbers, roughly 10,000 people, it might be a little bit higher than that now, 10,000 have died from coronavirus alone.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else has had at least one pre-existing condition that was the major contributor to why they died.
Yep.
Or they were in some kind of accident. There was an old man who had coronavirus, showed absolutely no symptoms whatsoever, fell off a ladder, cracked his skull, his brains were bleeding all over the sidewalk, and they put his death down as a coronavirus because in the autopsy he tested positive.
Well, because I think they were getting $2,700 every time they listed coronavirus as the diagnosis around here. Mm-hmm. It was a little crazy for a while. They stopped doing routine surgeries in my area.
Oh,
they stopped doing cardiac surgeries and things of that nature.
Same here. People, like some people died from that.
Yeah.
I got a customer that was waiting on a heart transplant. Thankfully, she didn't die, but they're quite concerned because she knows about all the people that have died waiting. So, she's pretty concerned every day.
I bet.
Last I knew, she still hasn't been able to get in, and she was already scheduled, ready to go when this kicked off, beginning of last winter or whatever it was. So,
yeah,
that's why I haven't had my cornea transplant in my left eye that I need. Right now, I'm probably legally blind in my left eye. If I close my right eye, I cannot read the YouTube chat right now. I cannot read the clock hanging on my wall with my left eye. The TV, it's a total and complete blur. The little icon in the bottom, it tells you what channel you have on. I can't see it.
Well, this customer missed out on their donor. So now they got to go through the basically kickback waiting again on a donor too. So the odds are more than likely she's not going to end up making it.
Yeah. There comes a time in a heart transplant where there's a point of no return.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let me ask you a question about this lung infection with the masks. I only wear a mask 5 minutes a day, right? Just to run into the store. But since this is broke out, I only have one mask. So is not having a clean mask a risk to me? Okay, big risk.
Big problem.
It's a big problem.
I just keep it above my sun visor. I put it in to go in to pay for gas, and then I take it off.
Buy yourself a box of disposable.
Well, so let's hang on. So let's look at it from this perspective. In general, you should treat anything that you wear as a preventative measure like you would any other thing that you wear on a daily basis, right? So could you get away with wearing your mask multiple times a day and not potentially give yourself any type of an infection? Yes, absolutely. Do the odds increase over time that your exposure will become worse and worse and worse? Yes. But really the worst thing about it is introducing other things into your lungs that you don't necessarily want to be there that could harbor bacteria. So what we're doing is if we were to take our t-shirt, right? And we wear our t-shirt all day, and then we put our t-shirt over our mouth and we breathe those skin cells in. Well, those skin cells are transporting bacteria with them that was on our skin. That wasn't harmful for us because our skin, by nature, protects us from those things, right? So as you begin to accumulate beard goo and skin cells and things of that nature on the mask, then you slowly raise your odds of inhaling something that is carrying bacteria.
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
Especially if you like just eating something, like say you went to McDonald's and ate a cheeseburger before you stopped at that store. You put the mask on, your teeth will still have food particles from what you just ate. You're breathing those food particles out into that mask. What's going to happen? Not only are you going to have bacteria at that point, you're also going to have fungi start to grow.
Yeah,
they're going to be detrimental to your health, and that's going to be even that fungi can be even worse than a bacteria.
Fungal disorders in your lungs are nasty.
Okay, I'll be throwing it in the washing machine tomorrow.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, definitely wash it, or I'll recommend a bandana or something, and then you can wash that regularly too. I mean, not that it's doing much, but neither, these masks aren't doing a whole lot either, but,
if we're gonna, I always say the same thing to people. I wear a bandana around my neck, and if I'm going to be in real close communication with somebody, I'll pull it up over my mouth just because it makes them feel more comfortable, right? Mostly people ignore me. They don't want to confront me, right? And so they walk away from me. I have a legit reason for not wearing a mask. I have a medically approved reason for not wearing a mask. So if they confront me with it, they're going to get their butt ate, and they know that, right? So let me tell you something, man. I don't let that thing go an entire day around my neck without laundering it, because it's going to be a transport. It's going to be a problem, right? And I tell people all the time, and I get this, people shoot me, eat crap in dialogues, but I say, are we pretending to do quarantine today, or are we only half pretending, right? Because sometimes I'll walk into places and employees will have their mask down and their nose out, and I'll make the joke. So, man, it's just you and me right here. So are we pretending today, or are we not pretending today? And they'll pull their mask off.
Well, what gets me is the stupid plexiglass shield that only covers right in front of the register. You can stand right off to the side, and you're looking right at that cashier with no plastic shield in between you.
Don't you know that coronaviruses can't do left-hand turns? Come on, man.
Well,
Yeah, I tell you, if I'd have known last year, I'd have bought stock in toilet paper, surgical mask, and plexiglass, man.
This time last year, I was installing bidets in every one of our toilets because I was not going to deal with that BS.
You know what we did? We got one of those shower heads that you can pull off and it becomes a handset.
There you go.
Those bidet things, especially if you got the ones that just hook up to the input to the toilet, that's going to be cold water. With the handheld shower, you got some warm water there.
I guess I never even thought that far ahead with it. It is cold water. I will give you that. It's kind of refreshing in the morning, though.
I'm sure you can come up with something, though, to get warm water, room temperature, or, have it mixed. There's got to be some kind of diverter thing set up you could put in there.
I'm old now. I have hemorrhoids. The cold water feels good.
Yeah. Depending on how cold that water is, it'll wake you up. You want to talk about a shock to the system? Yeah, we had, when our hot water, I was getting a shower at the old house when our hot water heater went out. You want to talk about a shock? when I ran out of that hot water? Oh, boy.
Good morning.
That was a fine how do you do.
Yeah, I'm not, guys, I'm telling you, little old people with compromised immune systems, they should defend themselves against this. They should definitely take steps to protect themselves. It is entirely possible that an influenza, a bacterial infection, a coronavirus can take those people off this planet. Even younger people that have compromised immune systems. I have a friend right now. She's in the hospital. She has coronavirus, but that's not what's killing her. She has a bacterial infection in her lungs that is causing pneumonia, and she's dying of pneumonia. And so I don't know if that was the mask or whatever, but she's going to go down as a coronavirus case, and she's 38 years old. Her body can't fight it. She has an immune system that is compromised. So the reality of it is there are people that are going to die of this that were flu cases or immunocompromised cases that maybe COVID weakened them. Having a virus did impact them in some way or another. But again, I have never seen a plague in the history of this planet where the move was to isolate and quarantine healthy people and to continue to allow sick people or people who have a compromised immune system to wander around. It is the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, like I said, like I was saying earlier, the only instance where you can find where even remotely like this is back when they had the people coming in on the merchant ships and they would quarantine the merchant ship for a while to make sure they didn't have anything.
Yeah, but they didn't quarantine the city because the merchant ship pulled into port. They quarantined the people on the merchant ship.
Yeah, if that was the only time that you would see people who were relatively healthy be the ones being quarantined, was because they didn't know what they were exposed to. You don't. They did it with the astronauts too.
Yep.
I
Well,
think it's
astronauts
obvious
have compromised immune systems when they come back.
Yeah, but that's.
I think it's obvious by now it's not about the virus. I mean, it's more of a control thing.
Absolutely.
It's a cover for whether you want to call it a corporate takeover or whatever, but it's definitely a huge power shift going on. As far as little people being weeded out and, the ones that are big and on top still making good money, in some cases a lot more. So,
well, ask yourself why churches are closed. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, keep going.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm fine. I was just making the point. I think this. You don't have to be a genius. The numbers just don't add up. We have,
Right.
it is an issue, but it's not the issue they're presenting to us. So
Yeah.
why do they keep presenting to us a false reality and dictating lives and making restrictions and shutting people down? Basically, it just seems, I can't speak what the end game is, but I know it's going to make a lot more people dependent on the damn government, which isn't a good thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And when you have people that are dependent on the government, who's going to bite the hand that feeds them? So,
Hey, well, it's all about control. What if this was 2019 and your governor come out and there was no COVID, there was no mention of COVID, but the same person came out and said, your work shut down, you can't go to work, you can't go to church, you must stay in your homes, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't have gatherings. Would any of us listen to that? Would any of us put up with that for one moment? But they have this tool that they have now called COVID. And they're, like I said, they won't waste any tragedy. You know what I mean? And they're not going to let this one go away anytime soon. They want this to last forever, because as soon as we're all tired of it and we've had years of it and we don't want no more, they'll come up with, you're going to be wearing a mask so we don't have a new outbreak of it. Or if everybody keeps complaining about the mask and they finally come out and say, oh, yeah, the masks don't work and, they're worse for you, they'll come up with, now you have to wear a helmet. So, I mean, unless we take back the power, they are going to use this against us for the rest of our lives.
Well, we know it to be true, and Americans have lost. So it costs everything. And I'm going to quote Bible here because it's really one of the best perspectives on this. It is easier for a needle or a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Well, that quote was not really a religious quote, but rather a quote on the nature of humanity. Those that have the most struggle the most with giving it up. Well, the thing about freedom is it costs everything. Patriotism, to take your nation back, to take your freedom back, is the most horribly expensive price you can pay. It either costs you your life or everything you have, because you immediately become a criminal. Immediately become a criminal because you are in direct defiance of the government. And the government gets to decide who is a criminal and who is not a criminal. And so the American people have reached the end of the Tytler cycle. We are on the brink of being enslaved forever, and we are afraid to say it is unacceptable because we fear losing everything. And so until it comes to the point where your only choice is to either accept absolute slavery or to be completely obliterated, we will never make a movement to resist this, because most Americans cannot give up that much. It is too hard.
Yeah. Getting back to the death angle of it, you guys remember a couple months ago where the courts forced Pennsylvania to alter their numbers because of some of the sketchy deaths they were reporting?
Yep.
One of those was an automobile accident with 2 cars involved. 4 people died. One of them the driver in one car, 3 people in the driver, 2 passengers in the other driver. The driver that was driving solo in his car tested positive for COVID. They put all 4 of those in Pennsylvania down as being COVID deaths because the one driver who caused the accident had COVID.
$2,700 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Good money. So it's sombering, and I speak to men about it every day. It is not uncommon for somebody to come to me and be interested in being trained. And after what I've just said to you, when I speak that to them, they'll back away because it is a higher price than people are willing to pay. It is saying, do I become a criminal and lose everything for my freedom? Is it really worth that to me? And for most people, it's not. We talk about government come and take it and all these types of things. But the reality of it is the last time the government came and took it, everybody gave it up. And factually speaking, there's nothing that points to any change in that behavior by our people. Maybe one
Very
day.
good points. Very good points.
I hear a lot of people talk about them being ready to die, and I would guarantee you they're not. Because when they say things like they're going to rise up or they're going to defend themselves in a one-on-one scenario against tides of bad guys, whether that be your local law enforcement officers or in Pennsylvania right now where they're actually establishing a government-controlled militia under the governor's control for this very reason, probably, they intend to do it in one-on-one. And that only ends in death. I mean, how many standoffs with police or any other federal agency have you seen where the quote good guy or the person standing off solo won the engagement? Have you ever? So we either start getting real big in the balls real quick, or fold up and admit to ourselves that we're not going to do a thing about this and start turning our guns in now. Because that's the next step. All right, I'll get off my high horse.
Yeah, seems legitimate to me.
Moo's out there.
Moo's probably like, what the hell did I walk into?
Yeah, probably. We've had people doing that a lot lately. Like, was it Travis when he jumped in? Was like, what did I just walk into? We were starting to go down another Japanese food episode.
Crab talk and all types of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love Japanese food.
Yeah, you've obviously never watched a Japanese food episode.
Mm-mm.
There is a notorious episode where we got into a discussion about Japanese food, and it might make you rethink Japanese food. You have to go look for it. It's like one of the longest episodes rated when the show was first starting.
I'm looking it up right now. Can't wait to see that.
It was close to 6 hours. You want to fast forward to like maybe where there was 2 hours left or so.
Right.
Well, Rich, I think I'm about ready to have to get off here.
Yeah, you got to work tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I'm lucky I didn't have to work today. Thanks for the invite. It's been a great show tonight, man. Good to see all of you. Good conversation.
Plug before you go?
I'll try to plug. I'll try to do something next Thursday, man. I'll do my best to have a show Thursday night. If not, maybe I can pull off another Monday nighter. We'll see. But happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And see y'all in tomorrow night or Saturday or something on one of these chats. Y'all have a good one.
Be good.
See you later.
My bad.
Yeah, don't go watching the Japanese food episode now. You have to wait till we're not on here anymore and then watch that, because that's going to completely and totally distract you, because it's
Yeah, I've got it stopped now because that's amazing.
Oh man.
Man alive.
Yeah, that whole end of that show is the last hour and a half, 2 hours is just one big rabbit hole rather, that we fell
Rattle.
Yeah, it was starting to turn more into a rat hole. The way how dirty that was getting.
Yeah.
I don't know if that one has where you can replay the chat as well. Because
No.
the YouTube chat is just as important to that episode as us in the panel. Because at that point, we're going back and forth with the YouTube chat too, and only seeing one half of the conversation is going to kill it a little bit. But
right.
Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, that was a special episode for sure. Started out as a serious episode, then everybody else left, and it was just me, Gary, Black Cat, and Gunpowder Beauty, and down the rabbit hole real quick.
Don't threaten me with a good time, though. What a cast.
Oh man, that one spiraled rather quick. And it's Gunpowder's fault, even though she never wants to admit it.
Well, gun girls are always the best.
Well, you said you had it started. Did you see what she was saying that would lead to a rabbit hole?
Yes.
Where she was saying that she went and was eating at? Yeah. That started the whole downward spiral.
Yeah. Oh, I got a good joke, but it's too bad for this.
Well, yeah, it's too bad because I think we all want to hear it now.
Yeah, we got people out there that have links and don't jump in shows. I'm going to tell you what.
Oh,
Lord.
Lord.
Who's still out there watching?
I think we're just talking to ourselves at this point, aren't we?
Well, us and, G23 left. He was saying he had to get to bed. So Moon might be the only person still out there. Because for August, it was just you and G23 out there. So, yeah, Moon might be out there by himself.
Perfect time to do that gun giveaway.
Yeah, no kidding. Last man stand. Do you remember those old contests where if you last person to take their hand off of a car?
Yeah.
Won the car.
Do that for a box and 9mm right now.
I took my guys out on a little training op, and we did the longest distance I've ever had them go in full gear. And one of the waypoints, or one of the parts of the mission, it was a multi-part mission, was to pick up an ammo cache. And I had a bunch of ammo for their primaries in there that they got at the end of the op because I really wore them out good. It was fun. You've never seen some guy's eyes light up so much.
Getting to keep ammo?
Yeah. They were like, oh, holy crap. I said, yeah.
Hey, look who finally decided to jump in.
Who dat?
Tactical Cow.
Ah, nice.
How you tonight, Moo?
Hey. Uh-oh.
What was your favorite part about dinner, Moo?
The turkey. Hang on a second.
Oh, now Osmond's out there too.
Oh, bring them all in here.
Yeah, I cooked the turkey up last night, actually. I dismembered it, spatchcocked it, roasted it in the oven. Took 2 hours at 350. It was a 21-pound bird. And then with all the leftover body parts, I made 4 quarts of stock today.
Oh yeah, I spatchcocked my turkey too after you mentioning that last night.
Yeah.
And when I told my wife that I spatchcocked it, she hit me with something and said, "Don't use that language here."
I know people are got their minds in the gutter, you know.
You didn't burn anything down, did you?
I did not, fortunately.
No smoker fires this time?
Well, it's hard to have a smoker fire when it's in the landfill somewhere. Maybe it's still on fire. I don't know.
You still haven't got a new one yet?
No, I've been shopping. I've been waiting for these Black Friday deals, but there's really nothing that tickles my fancy yet.
Hey,
You notice they can shut down the churches, but Black Friday's still on.
Yeah. Even after being told that it was racist, did you see that one?
Oh yeah.
How is Black Friday racist?
Black.
Because it's black, man. You're appropriating blackness.
That was Shannon Sharp that said that, right?
I don't remember who the hell said it. It was somebody recent.
Yeah, he was.
World's full of geniuses.
Yeah, but as far as Black Friday's
Yep.
concerned, in a smoker, Olight has a 15,000 lumen light. You could probably smoke a piece of that.
Jesus.
Yeah, just like brand it all the way around with the lens. You know, crisp the skin up. Yeah, I've been looking at Olight's sale about 10 times and still haven't put anything in my cart.
I got 3 things in the cart.
I've got a huge collection of them going on now.
I'm just waiting for my wife to say, "Go ahead and pull the trigger."
Yep. So, Medic, did you end up watching My Cousin Vinny, or did we end too late the other night?
My cousin Vinny was phenomenal. I laughed my
glad
butt
to
off.
hear it.
Yeah,
Now-
thanks for the recommendation.
So, did you laugh your ass off when the train was going through?
That wasn't, to me, the funniest stuff was just Pesci.
Oh yeah. But that's how that whole conversation got started. Was somebody referenced your sleeping like a baby at the barrack when
Yeah.
the trains are going by, and they're like, "Oh, is that like My Cousin Vinny episode?" You know. And,
Yeah, the prison riot where he's sound asleep because
Yeah.
That's like the sleep he had the whole movie.
Yeah, I was impressed with that. I'm amazed that has somehow slipped me all these years. But I didn't used to be a Pesci fan, so that probably did it.
Yeah. And what about Marissa Tomei and her bodysuit talking about her biological clock?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, hell,
All
man.
I
If
could
you
think
wanna
was,
talk about-
I can help.
That's right.
Yeah, man, if you want to talk about Marissa Tomei in that instance, The Wrestler is probably her best movie.
Oh yeah, she had boobies.
Mm-hmm. But I misspoke. It's 14,000 lumens, not 15.
Oh. Well, you know, everything's
Extra
plus or
1,000. You know?
plus or minus 10%. You know, whatever. What were you doing there? What the hell is that? Cat being,
Damn pit bull. What are you talking about?
being molested by some chicken or something.
Yeah, what the?
Beautiful baby.
Oh, that's the one you just got.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, she's feeling a lot better now.
It's a chicken on a string? Chicken looks bowling ball.
What is that thing? So yeah, I think I was telling Medic the other night that I was going to look at a Colt 25 vest pistol. I don't know if I brought that up the other night or not, but I'm going to look at it on Sunday. The guy that has it. Go ahead.
What year?
I don't know. I mean, they were made what? Let me
I
see
mean,
if I can.
they're 50s to 70s.
Yeah.
Oh hell!
I'm getting on. I'm getting on the listing now.
Yeah.
It's let me see if it says it.
Yeah, I'm asking that specifically because the older ones were actually better than the newer ones.
Yeah. Well, early 1900 one too, but I don't think Moo's gonna be affording one of those ones.
Yeah, he just said in here 1908 to 1948.
There you go.
What's is the serial? If I can see the serial number, will that tell me?
Yeah, but you have to pull it up on Colt's website.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Colt dated them by serial number back then.
They did. I think anything after 18 something.
It's kind of blurry.
Yeah, there's a little 1908. That's about the only 25 auto I've ever got that would run consistently.
Yeah, my sister, she's a slut, but
Yeah.
she had a Beretta 25, and it would run okay, but she couldn't pull the slide back.
Yeah, they like to sell women little tiny guns, and you have to have the grip strength of a boar to use them. I don't understand that at all.
Gotta be a gorilla.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the guy at the shop's just trying to get her to come back so they can work out a deal.
Well, if that was the case, she would have got it for free, for sure. I'm sure she would have flipped right over on her back.
Speaking of those little guns,
wow.
Well, dude, there's a lot of hate there.
A couple of years ago, the local gun shop had one of those Beretta Picos in.
Yeah.
And locked the slide back, and you couldn't release the slide.
You couldn't slingshot it?
The slide catch, you couldn't push it down. It was too damn tight. I broke the nail on my thumb, which hurt like a son of a bitch, trying to get that damn thing to let go. You couldn't slingshot it. You eject the mag. That was the only way you were going to get it to go down was to eject the mag. And then it did it by itself. As soon as you hit the mag release, the slide went forward.
I tore up my thumbnails eating pistachios.
No, that'll do it.
A lot of good that gun is going, and it wasn't an empty mag. We had snap caps in that magazine. It should that you should have been able to slingshot it. You couldn't get the slide to move until you ejected the magazine. A lot of good that's going to do somebody.
Yeah,
they sent that one back, and it was a bitch to pull the slide back to get it locked back in the first place.
And that was on that Pico.
Yeah, he was like, "Hey, you want to see something that's really hard here?" He's like, "Here, rack the slide on that one." I was like, "Oh, good Lord Almighty!" And then he's like, "Okay, now get the slide to go forward." Like, what? He's like, "Yeah, go ahead, try and get the mag to go forward, the slide to go forward." Okay, and I'm like, so I tried slingshotting it. It was like, "What the fuck?" Because the damn thing wouldn't move. And I tried the slide catch. The slide stopped, which is what it was on that pistol, and I literally broke the corner of my fingernail off. I had to go get their store first aid kit because my damn thumb was bleeding so bad.
Ozzy's out there looking for love. Hey, I'll trade you my sister for a custom holster. How's that sound?
Gary's asking if we're still going. Yes, we're still up and about, Gary.
Yeah, what is it going on? 4 hours?
Yeah. Over.
Oh.
We started around 8 o'clock.
Both of my sisters have been married since they were young and lots of kids. I have more nieces and nephews than anybody I know.
Jesus. Yeah. My brother had 3 kids. My sister had 2 kids. My niece just graduated medical school or residency, and she's a hospitalist out in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Outstanding.
Yeah, making $315 a year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But being a hospitalist, she's just basically doing COVID patients all day.
Yeah, she'll burn out of that and do something more exciting later on in her life.
Yeah. Speaking of COVID, you weren't here, Moo. My wife had to get tested for COVID because she has a stomach virus.
You get a COVID test. She
can't go back to work until at least Monday, hoping they're going to have the test results back by then. But it's okay because tomorrow was going to be the only day she worked. And then she had the 3-day weekend anyway.
Rock on. I milked my 2 weeks for sure.
Yeah, she was off yesterday because she woke up, she had a headache and a fever with the stomach, which is one of the symptoms of the stomach virus that's been going around, and upset stomach where she was running to the toilet all night, right? So she calls her boss, asks them what they want her to do. They told her, take the questionnaire for COVID, and it came back to where you can't come to work until you get a COVID test.
Do you have a headache? I guess now that you ask, I kind of do.
She did.
What was that movie? Fletch with Chevy Chase, where they go to the faith healer and they're like, "How long have you been having headaches, sir?" About 5 minutes now.
The good thing is she gets paid.
There you go.
Good.
No, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't have to use her PTO. They have a
yep
fund set up through the hospital she works at.
Our local hospitals are not allowing people to take PTO if they have COVID.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, we have a hotline that we call if we test positive, and then we get paid without taking PTO or sick time.
Yep, that's what.
And I just got a $600 bonus for COVID hazard pay, and then on my side job, I got a $2 an hour raise for COVID hazard pay.
Yeah, they're supposed to be getting $1,000 COVID hazard.
Nice.
Yeah.
And right now they're so shorthanded. If you go in on your day off, you get an extra $10 an hour plus time and a half.
Yeah, I work at a couple hospitals, and I know the one we've been bringing in locum nurses, and they're making anywhere from $75 to $150 an hour.
Yep. 150 years ago, you could, if you worked at Grady in Atlanta, they gave you a Kevlar vest and you got like $45 an hour, which was amazing money back in that time.
Mm-hmm.
It was, if you were okay with being shot at, it was a good gig.
Well, you're right by the hospital.
Basically, if she were to go in on her day off, she'd be making $26.75 an hour plus time and a half on top of that.
Heck yeah.
That's like buying new gun money.
Yeah, that's what I'm sitting here counting.
Well, here's
100.
Her vacation. Her vacation is scheduled for next month. They told her that if she cancels her vacation and works through it, she'll get the $26.75 plus time and a half for the whole week.
Nice.
Yeah.
Unless you guys were planning on going somewhere. I mean,
we didn't have anything planned. We were just going to use it for Christmas decorating and shit.
Oh. Well, now she can go to work and you can put up all the garland.
Do all the women in your family do the decorating like that, or just you? I'm confused.
I don't. I'm supposed to do the lights on the tree.
See, that's why we got one of those light up trees.
I've been trying to talk her into that for years.
We have one. It's not as much fun.
Last year we didn't even get one.
Yeah, she's wanting to get one of the newer ones with the LEDs, so the bulbs don't burn out
and start a fire.
Well, no,
bulb burns out
and then all the lights go out.
Yeah, we had those old school screw-in bulbs, are about half the size of a regular light bulb when I was a kid.
We never used those ones. We always used the little ones. But the little ones, one bulb goes out and all the lights go out, and then you have to spend all that time trying to figure out which one's the fucking bulb that went out.
Yeah, that's when you go to the store and just buy a whole new box and just throw it on top of the old ones.
Well, this was back. Well, remember back in the day, those things weren't as cheap as they are now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, now you can get them for $1.99 a box. Back then, they were $5-10 a box for 50 lights.
Nikes. Does anybody know anything about the Interarms Virginian Dragoon?
So what?
Yes, I fired one. I never got a chance to review it. What's your
the
question?
Dragon. The drag.
Yes.
Oh, it just popped up here on my arms list, and I just Googled it, and people are like raving about it. They're like, it's a beast. It's a Colt replica. This guy's saying he'd take it over a Ruger Vaquero, Uberti, or Pieta.
The one I fired was in 357, and we were firing 38 special thread. I'm not a cowboy gun guy.
What is it? A center fire cartridge version of a Colt Dragoon?
It's just a single action.
Yeah, it's a single action pistol. I think they have them in 44, and I know this one was 357. I'm sure they've got them in 45 Colt too, but it wasn't really all that exciting to shoot.
All right.
So the name what caught your attention?
Yeah. No, I looked at it.
Hey man, I like honesty.
Oh yeah.
The Peacemaker, or is it designed to look like the older?
Does sound cool.
The Dragoon looks like the old Dragoon pistol.
It looks like so it's a center fire Dragoon. Okay.
Yeah, it's a center fire Dragoon. And this guy he had a modified hammer on his. He was fanning it. And I was like, dude, that's pretty cool looking. He's like, yeah, you can fan it. And I was like, oh. I never fanned a pistol before. So
guess what? Never get anybody in the West.
Yeah, I had money. I had cash on me. I didn't have any of the ammunition he was using, but I had cash, and this is back when 38 special was a couple of bucks for 20 rounds. So I gave him some cash and fan fired it just for fun, and it was exactly as much fun as it would be to potentially damage one of my 38 specials. And I was like, okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Ozzy's bummed out. He found out that the Smith & Wesson Easy 9mm that he ordered to give as a Christmas gift is on the recall list. The good news
mine is on the recall list, but I'm going to keep shooting it.
The camera running.
Full auto?
Yep. Yeah, I want to see this thing. I want to see this thing chain fire.
The good news is, Ozzy, Smith & Wesson is generally good about their recalls when getting stuff repaired and sent back out to you, or if they can't repair it, getting you a new one. So you should be all right. If you send it in as fast as possible, you might have that back by Christmas to give it away.
You could call and ask if they could just send the hammer, because I've dealt with Smith & Wesson in the past, and they're more than willing to just send you parts. They don't care, and it's still covered under warranty.
Yeah,
if you don't want to send the whole gun in.
That's all you have to do is replace that hammer, because that's the part that's messed up. So yeah, that's a possibility too. But the way those are built, you might have to send it back to get them to fix it, because
gonna say they sent me free stuff I didn't even need. I contacted them back, told them, and they were like, "Oh, just keep it." And I was like, "Well, do you want me to send some money or something?" They're like, "No, just keep it." And I was like, "All right, thanks."
The Easy hammer is a little more complicated than, say, one of the revolver hammers, because it's kind of like a little miniature AR fire control group that's inside there. If you haven't seen the insides of one,
don't threaten me with a good time.
Nighthawk, you might be able to call and just have it there on standby. So if
I already did.
If it does, then are they going to send you the parts?
No, they want me to send it to them.
I was going to say, under a recall, they probably prefer you to send it in, don't they?
Yeah, they want me to send it to them. They started asking questions, and I hung up. So
Smith & Wesson generally have quick turnaround times if you send something in for repair.
Yeah, I'm not. I want to see. I want to make this thing malfunction. So I'm figuring out a way to do that won't involve actually shooting around downrange. I'm going to do it with snap caps.
Well, I don't think it would. I don't think you'll get the same effect.
No, I want to see what the malfunction does. I want to see what triggers it. And so
was going to say, when I called them in the past, just asking them, basically asking them a question, and they ended up sending me stuff. I'm pretty sure I ended up getting it that next morning. It was like waiting on the porch when I went out to go to work, which was weird because it was early. Like,
dang.
So I don't know how that worked, but they ended up sending me 2 packages with springs and all types of stuff. And like I said, I didn't even need the stuff, but they just sent it over. Yeah, I was shocked. So
yeah, I read the recall notice. What's happening is the piece on the hammer that interacts with the sear, it breaks off, and so it can't engage the sear. So you pull the trigger, and it just goes bang, 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 bang.
Oh,
bang,
it's a
bang,
machine gun, yeah. And once the seer can't be engaged, that's now an Uzi. Like I said,
You know what? That might not be too bad if you got one of the 380 ones. It'd be a little worse if you got one of the 9mm.
Look, Uzi's trying to make everything easy, man. That's
Dude,
great,
I reviewed this one. Yeah, I reviewed this pistol. It doesn't have any significant recoil forces. You could totally do it.
Yeah, I got the 380, man. That thing is like no recoil.
This is 0, huh? Yeah. I said I wasn't upset at all about the recoil on it, so I think I could manage. Little full auto on it. I'm pretty sure, though, if you were to do something like that, the ATF would consider that to be an intentional.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see it break, and obviously I don't want to violate the law.
You know what? I'm waiting for the ATF to roll out now that the EZs are too easy to turn into a full auto, and so therefore not be placed on the market anymore.
Super easy to turn into a machine gun.
Could you
I
imagine?
bet you didn't give Smith & Wesson your name, did you?
Oh, fuck no, dude. I'm not crazy. Or language, sorry.
I think the F-bomb's already been dropped in here.
I know. I still try to filter myself.
You said just not carpet bombing.
Right.
Just once in a while.
I'm an old soldier. Yeah. I filter myself a lot for these chats.
I know the last episode the F-bomb was dropped a lot, but that's because we had a drunk roll call.
And you use the same word to as an adjective for the same word.
Right.
Or maybe it was an adverb.
Effing F. That's like,
right.
Right.
It's funny.
Roll call's funny when he gets drunk. He's not a funny drunk in the way Moo is, though, because Ro gets angry, and his anger when he's drunk is
Yeah, it's pretty intense. He's a little guy too. I'm surprised.
Oh man. Moo gets drunk, he gets goofy. He starts getting really silly.
Not Moo.
It enhances my personality.
Go watch last year's Christmas Eve episode once you get done with the Japanese food episode.
Uh-oh.
Was that a full-on drunk Moo? Is this going to be fun?
Yes, it was.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Well, it wasn't truly a good
drunk online.
Yeah, I was telling Moo that to use the 7 Wonders 5-minute rule. He thought I was putting him in timeout for 5 minutes.
Yeah, and then Gunpowder was on there, and I think Mystic was on there too, and they extended it to 15 minutes.
Oh man!
And then I'd say something, they go, "Clock just started over."
That's funny.
That was a good episode.
But I haven't had any alcohol in like 5-6 weeks. 5 weeks.
Man, what are you gonna do with yourself, man?
I'm trying to lose the COVID-19 kilograms that I've gained since March 1st.
Yeah, I've been watching myself get pudgier and pudgier and pudgier, and I've been running in tack gear too, and I'm getting fatter. So that only means one thing:
too much input, not enough.
Much input, not enough output. Yep.
Well, working from home and staying, just sitting on my ass,
yeah,
and drinking all the time, eating all the time, and then you get hungry. Ooh, tater tots sound good right about now.
That'd be amazing.
And if those bags didn't come in single servings,
If
it
is
a bag and it's not resealable, it is one serving.
I just read Ozzy's comment out there about the EZ2. And it's basically a slam fire when it happens. And the only way you're going to be able to get that thing to start firing again is to pull the slide back, let go, and move your hand super quick away from it.
Right.
This is going to start firing as soon as you let go of the slide.
I can just imagine. What's that fully auto Glock pistol?
Glock 18.
18. I don't know what the cyclic rate is on that, but that thing is fast.
1,200 rounds a minute.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Well, most people don't realize the old A1 M16 had a cyclic rate of like 980 rounds a minute.
Oh, then they had to slow it down for some reason, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I had an A1 in AIT, and we did an op, and I didn't have any idea the cyclic rate on it was that high. I was a gun guy when I joined the military already. And so, we've got blanket adapters on and everything else. And I'm like, hey,
I had one in junior RTC summer camp.
Yeah, I had one in AIT. And I'm moving to a casualty. I grab the casualty, pick the casualty up, and all of a sudden, from the other side of it was at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, other side of a little rise, here comes 2 OP4. And I'm like, crap. So I put the casualty down, shoulder my rifle, flip it over to the fun switch. 30-round magazine, right? Magazine's empty. I drop the magazine, grab another one, throw it in. Now I'm back over to single shot because I'm like, holy crap, that was fast. I didn't hit anything. Those guys were surprised though. That old rifle would just dump ammo. I can't imagine 20 rounders in Vietnam. You'd been out of ammo quick.
Yeah. Well, I've told the story of what happened in junior RTC summer camp with the A1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's very controllable. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, who's the best shot? Everybody points at me. Get up on the lines like, here, put that on full auto and see if you can hit that target. The guy didn't know I had been firing full autos for years before I ever got into high school.
Right.
My grandfather.
On target, controlled burst. Yep. I fired a couple of 3 submachine guns. There's a group down here that does veteran shoots, and they had a couple of machine guns there. So I fired a couple of submachine guns and a bunch of suppressed stuff, including a nice Hudson. It was a lot of fun. You forget how much fun a full auto and suppressed is if you don't shoot it consistently. Right now, it's horribly expensive, though.
And we've discussed it before. You don't realize how much a machine gun kills recoil until you fire an M242 and then a Mauser, not K98.
Oh, yeah. Well, and really, and I think it's been discussed before. I can't recall by who, but rate of fire makes a big difference. It's as you get into the higher ends, up around 700 to 1,200 shots per second or rounds per second, it's the cyclic rate is like holding onto a water hose, right? It's just a hose of bullets coming out. So it's real easy to control that. It's the things like the old grease gun and so forth that were down at a lower rate of fire. If you're not doing a good job of controlling that recoil, it can be difficult to get back on the target. And so really there's kind of a sweet spot. I don't like to shoot a submachine gun or a machine gun that has a rate of fire between, say, 350 and 650. It's just, you never feel like the sights are back on the target.
So the rhythm, you don't like the rhythm of it, basically.
Yeah, it gets harder because there's a long enough pause there. Your muscles have time to relax, right? Or over contract. It's when those, the PSH 41, that thing's like 12 or 1,300 rounds a minute, and it is easy to control because it's a constant push, right?
Yeah.
It's not hopping up and down on you. A lot of the Germans.
Well, are you trying to put precision fire on something? Because I mean, most you know what I mean. Most are considered an area weapon, so you're going to start low and zigzag.
Well, figure 8, right? Figure 8 is what we were taught to use.
Okay.
Even in a figure 8, though, remember recoil is going to impact that. If I'm shooting at something at 25 yards with a short burst, I'm not going to get all the way through a figure 8 on that. So I want to be able to control that as long as possible. And, where my point is, right? So I'm not walking 2 rounds up the center of the chest and 8 over top of his head. And so really having that good, steady push from a more rapid fire, rapid rate of fire, makes it a lot controllable to a point target like you're describing. With a machine gun, right? Something where I may put 30 rounds downrange in a short session. I definitely see what you're talking about, New York, because that's how we ran the 60 and then later the SAW and the 240.
Okay. That's how I remember it in a sense that way. Once you're not really even watching sights. You're watching the tracers in a sense and the ground. And then once you follow the rips.
Well, machine gun, submachine gun, no, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely on a machine gun, you're right. We were staring down. Every third round was a tracer.
The crazy thing with the PPSH-41, and I've seen this done, because it fired 7.62 by 25 Tokarev, and the rate of fire on that thing, I have seen people empty the magazine into an 8-inch plate.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. It's really super controllable. The couple of times that I've gotten to shoot one, it was a pleasure to shoot. It's expensive, and the magazines for them suck, man.
Mm-hmm. And the drum mag, the stick mags are great. The problem is the rate of fire is so fast; they're empty that quick.
Yeah, but the drum mags are terrible. Guys come to me all the time. They're like, "Dude, should I get a drum for my AK?" And I'm like,
"No."
But why not? I can carry more ammo. No.
It's cool in the movies, man.
Yeah, that's all. There's no government in the world, having ever adopted a drum, has ever continued to adopt one afterwards.
No, even with the RPKs, which the drum mags are.
That wasn't a drum, though. RPK, that was just it's like a cloth. It's a metal version of a cloth magazine holder or a belt holder. It's just a belt holder.
No, because the RPK takes mags.
No, the RPK, the drum that you're looking at the bottom of an RPK, is not an actual ammunition drum. It's a belt holder.
How do they get a belt to feed through that when it's a magazine-fed weapon?
RPK, the light machine gun, right?
Yeah, it's basically it's an overbuilt AK is what it is.
I'm thinking of the RPD.
Yeah, you're thinking
you're talking about the RPK, and I'm talking about the RPD.
Yeah,
my bad.
That's what I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Come on, guys, get it together. Jeez.
Yeah, come on. I was going to interrupt, but
because what I was going to say is even when you see them.
I never saw even the. I about used a word that would have offended a lot of people. Even the local forces used the 45 round magazines, the Bakelite 45 rounders. They didn't use the drums very often.
That's what I was going to say. Even when you see them carrying the RPK, they're mostly going to be carrying the standard box magazine, not the drum with it.
Yep, because they're just too inconsistent. I have an AK drum. It's a nice one. It's a Russian drum, and it's still a giant pain in the cartouche. There's nothing like adding another machine to a machine and expecting things to get better. There was a guy at the range the other day who was fighting with one. He was like, I can't get this thing to run. I was like, let me see that. I got to playing with it for a minute. I realized he didn't know he had to wind it to get it to work.
Here's a question for you. I have never seen anybody do it. How well does the 249 run off of an M16 magazine?
Well, it does.
I know it does, but how well?
It's the problem of it's not going to run very long.
Yeah.
And so it's designed to do that. And I never carried a 240 as a medic, right? And to be honest with you, I can count on one hand the number of times I saw somebody load a magazine into one.
Yeah, I've heard various reports from different people. Oh, it worked great with the magazine. The problem was the ammo capacity. And other people say, yeah, it worked for shit with that magazine.
Well, 240s don't run all that great anyway.
Not the 240 to 249.
Or the 249 doesn't run all that great. That's
man, you're really getting your guns all kinds of
mixed up. I'm tired, dude. Give me a break. But no, the 249 doesn't run all that. The 240 Bravo is amazing, by the way. But the 249 doesn't run all that great anyway. They're finicky and they're a little iffy. Some people get a good one and it'll run great the whole time, and some people don't get a great one. I guess it just depends, and whether or not they've been taken care of and what generation they were. When I was in the service, they were still pretty early generation, and so not all the updates and modernization pieces had been done to them, and so they were a little finicky in sand and things.
Yeah, I had my hands on a 249 once, and we weren't using magazines. I was curious if either you or Rob had.
No, I can't remember. Rob, can you ever remember a time where your light machine gunner used?
No, not at all. Honestly,
the whole point why they did it was in case they ran out of ammo.
I'm just pissed about sharing, huffing ammo and stuff, and
right,
like the 50 where they got to bring 2 barrels, you got to have a stand, 3 guys are carrying that, and it just, things get passed around. That stuff's a pain in the ass. Like,
oh yeah,
it seems real cool until you actually carry that stuff, and it ain't cool at all.
Yeah, it's like when you go to a machine gun shoot and you have to help set things up. It's like, once you're done shooting, it's not so fun anymore.
Everything is heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is heavy. My
Did I
Apex.
tell you about the idiot at the National Guard range when I went to summer camp who decided he was going to change the barrel on a 50 without putting his gloves on?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, instant no skin on hand at that point.
Yeah, they're hot.
I mean, he grabs it, he's like, pulls his hand away, and you can just see the skin just sizzling on the barrel.
Rip right off.
Bacon. Yep. Looked like bacon cooking on the barrel where the skin was sticking to the barrel.
Well, I bet he can't tell that story twice.
Yep. Stupid tax.
Stupid tax. That's a Dave Ramsey-ism.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid National Guard idiot.
I bet you he didn't do it for a second time.
Oh, no. He probably didn't last much longer after that.
I hear a lot of stories about stupid National Guard guys. There are just as many stupid people active duty.
Oh, I'm sure there are.
That every time you say National Guard, I always think of Rambo and.
Oh yeah, this
the
is
guy
Lieutenant. Yeah,
yeah. He's like, no man, I gotta go to some meeting later. I can't.
Yeah.
Come on, Bob.
Yeah, come on.
Get in there and get that guy.
Oh my God, that movie. Really the best one was the guy. He jumps in the truck with the guy and takes his 60. You're in a deuce and a half hauling an M60 and somebody crawls inside your cab. I'd crash that thing before I'd give him the M60. Oh man,
movies will drive you nuts.
Oh yeah, cars
nobody
explode.
likes watching them with me because I just can't help it.
I
It ruins it for me. I'm like, oh come on, like no, that's not. Shh. Nobody wants to hear it. If you can't be quiet, go in the other room.
we want to enjoy Arnold Schwarzenegger running with an AK.
But I'm like, come on. I mean, at least I like the realistic ones, but every modern movie is complete crap. It seems like down at almost everything. It just seems there's the old typical ones with no gun ever needs to be reloaded and stuff, but some of the way they shoot at things, and I mean, you got, I don't know, the good guy he's taking 5 guys with AKs shooting at him in the street. He pops out, does a little flip, and kills them all, and he doesn't have a scratch. I mean, it's like some of this stuff just makes it's ridiculous. Our grenades are just like mini nukes now. I mean,
right.
It's like, how the hell?
The man speaks truth.
Well, my wife.
Do you?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you remember the first time you threw a grenade and you were like,
yeah, and it didn't work.
You're like, that's it?
Didn't go far enough, and I got slapped on the back of the head and got a freaking mark on my helmet and kicked in the side and felt like a beat puppy.
They
And-
put a W on your helmet. For
Yeah, I didn't know that. You know, those sons of bitches are heavy, man.
so I was a pitcher,
I made
man.
it second time. Second
Yeah.
time I got it.
I was a pitcher, and so we did the grenade qualification range, and with the blasting caps, the dummies, and one of the cadre, not one of the drill sergeants, but one of the cadre walked up and grabbed me and said, "Come here, private," and he wrote something on my Kevlar. Well, I'd seen them putting W in chalk on people's Kevlars who threw like little pansies, right? And so I was like, "This
I
motherfucker
didn't
just
throw
write."
a pansy. That was close.
Did this motherfucker just write weak on my Kevlar? I could throw a mile. And so I'm asking my battle buddies, right? And I'm like, "Dude, what did he write on my Kevlar?" And they're like, "Weak." I was like, "Motherfucker." Right? So I get up to the pit and the instructor's there, right? And he looks at my Kevlar and he looks at me and he goes, "Oh, you throw sidearm." I was like, "Oh, you're kidding me. I need an extra grenade because I'm going to roll it into the bunker where my friends are." But I went on to qualify. But it changed how he interacted with me, right? Instead of standing right next to me, he stepped back and behind me so that when I threw the grenade, it didn't, I didn't hit him with my arm or the grenade when I threw it. But I qualified expert.
Man, those are the most nervous, sketchy people I ever met. Were those people in the pits.
Oh, yeah.
They were like, no shit, no bullshit. They
Nope.
were just all business. Like,
not,
and they're
not yelling at you, nothing. Just
they are mentally, like, visually reading you, just raping you on your body language and stuff. Like, real quick to kick your ass, you get something wrong.
But didn't you have the most amazing moment of clarity? I've had grenades 100 times in my career since then, and I've got smoke grenades and signaling grenades behind me right now, but I have never been more clear about what my mission was on this earth than that moment where they handed me my first live grenade. I am going to pull the pin on this thing and throw it as quickly as possible.
Yeah. What got me is the cook-off when you're cooking it off before you're tossing it in the little bunkers. Like
1, 2, 3.
You're just really trying to get it right, So you never doubted your counting skills more in your life.
What comes after 2?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Especially when somebody says to you, "Well, sometimes they go 4 seconds, sometimes they go 5 seconds." You're like, "Ah!"
Yeah, that was it's definitely a feeling, I can tell you that. Like no other. I know I kept the first one I threw, I kept the pin out of, so.
Did you really?
Yeah, you know how they stand you out on blocks, do the strip down search. I ended up tossing it to the side and was able to retrieve it, and then I mailed that baby home. And the lady kept it as a key ring for the longest, so.
Well, that's cool. I have a video from Fort Sill, and that's the only thing I kept from Fort Sill. I don't have anything from basic training. No, I have T-shirts. I have you remember how we did T-shirts and stuff?
Yeah, you got your platoon shirt?
Yeah, I've got my platoon T-shirts.
Yeah, I got mine too. Yeah.
But I think that's really the only two things, that video they did there and that platoon T-shirt that I got from basic training. I had a 5.56. A blank 5.56 for a long time, and then I really kind of got big into guns after that. So it's like, why am I keeping 5.56 brass? I've got tons of that.
Well, I hate to cut this short, but it is like midnight.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, we've been going for 5 hours.
Thanks for letting me in. It was fun.
8 to 12, that's 4 hours. 4 hours. Yeah, we've been going 4 hours. Okay. I'm tired too.
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
Yeah, I've been up since like 6 o'clock this morning. So yeah, we're gonna start wrapping this up. Rob, got any plugs you want to give or anything before we get out of here?
No, just thanks for joining us, people. Hopefully it was a little bit of entertainment for you. And yeah, everybody take care, and thanks for having me.
Yep, no problem. What about you there, Mr. Nighthawk? Anything you want to plug or words of wisdom or anything?
No, just thank you to the men and women overseas today who are in ugly places around the world and celebrated Thanksgiving away from their families. We love you and we appreciate you very much. I've got a bunch of new stuff coming out this next week, but we're not going to talk about that because that's more important. Thanks for having me, buddy.
Yep, no problem. And finally, Moo, what about you?
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody. That's all I got.
Alrighty. And on that note, we will bid you all adieu, and we will see you on probably on Gary's show tomorrow night, and then Saturday over on Outlaw Hatfield's channel at 9 o'clock for the wrestling show, and then this show again on Sunday at 8:30, unless my wife springs another late decision that we're going to go to dinner with somebody again. Which, with her having to wait until Monday at least until she's allowed to do anything because she's officially quarantined by her employer because she gets caught out of the house while waiting for a COVID test result, and she's not doing something emergency, themed, she will lose her job. So, yeah, they will fire you because she works in Maryland, and under Maryland law, if you're quarantined while waiting for a test result and you're out doing anything, you're outside your house during that period, your employer has to fire you.
So the state grounded her.
Yep. The state that we don't even live in.
Well, she better be a good girl.
Anyway, we will see you all later on this week and weekend, and have a good night.
Good night, brother.
All right. Thanks, Rich.
Yep.
Hasta la vista.
Where the hell do I go to turn this damn thing?